please?
Yes, I think I signed those today.
So welcome back to the great city of Baton Rouge, home of the LSU Tigers.
Whoop.
Look out tonight, so we'll do it again, God willing. So this is June, our June B&E meeting. So let's start out with the first thing is honoring the one who created this whole program here, our God and our Father. So I'll ask Commissioner Scametta to open with prayer.
Please join me in the way our Lord taught us to pray. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Commissioner Lewis, do the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, I'm still looking for Commissioner Campbell. Did you find that?
He'll be here. He left his hotel at 9.
All right, so he should be here in a minute. We'll move on. We have some announcements. Any of the commissioners have an announcement?
I think Commissioner Lewis, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are looking, and there's a strong possibility we are going to move our August B&E to be hosted in Iberville Parish in the city of Plaquemine. So we are working the logistics with the parish president and the parish right now for the exact location, but shouldn't be too much of a difference for you all. We'll hop across the bridge, hopefully no traffic, and we are going to probably plan a lunch after the meeting, just so those of you who are planning, we will probably have some good food for you at the conclusion of our August B&E. So we'll look out for that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Scametta.
Just two quick announcements. First one, we're still looking for a location for the October B&E in the Southeastern region in District 1. Second thing is, just to announce that as part of the CRUC organization, the Southeast Commissioners Organization, the state of Oklahoma has joined CRUC, and we welcome them into our organization. Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Cousin, you speechless today?
Speechless, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I said I'm good.
Okay, that's good, all right.
Get on with the business.
Ms. Catherine Bowman.
Yes, sir.
You got anything?
No, sir. Staff does not have any announcements this month.
All right, well, I guess we kind of like that. Well, go ahead, let's get started.
All right, so exhibit number 2 is docket number T37514. This is the Commission versus Kinney's Towing on a cancellation of common carrier certificate number 7227 for alleged violation of order T36550 and for violations of the revised statutes of 45-1177 through 1179 and general order dated November 22nd of 2011 for failure to submit gross receipts and or pay to the state proper fees for the years of 21 and 22 for the inspection, control, and supervision of his business services and rates pursuant to revised statute title 45-166 and general order dated November 22nd, 2011. It is a discussion and possible vote pursuant to Rule 57 on an affidavit and stipulation executed by the carrier. As a result of an audit and investigation by staff, a citation was issued to Kinney's Towing on February 27th of 2025 based upon the aforementioned allegations and violations. In response to the citation, owner of the company executed an affidavit and stipulation admitting to violating those violations, and the carrier agreed to a guilty plea and imposition of a $500 fine and a $25 citation fee, with the fine being suspended contingent on entering the guilty plea, timely and continuous payments to the Louisiana Department of Revenue for a period of 50 months until such time that those outstanding inspection and supervision fees are paid, execute the affidavit and stipulation, and acknowledge that failure to comply with any of these conditions will result in the $500 suspended portion becoming due immediately. Staff recommends that the Commission, 1, exercise its original primary jurisdiction under Rule 57 to consider the affidavit and stipulation, and 2, accept the affidavit and stipulation executed on May 28, 2025 for fines and fees totaling $25.
Move to bring the matter up under Rule 57.
Second.
Suggested move to Rule 57 by Commissioner Scametta and seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any objection? Hearing none, it's moved. Okay.
Move to accept the affidavit and stipulation executed May 28th, 2025 for fines and fees totaling $25.
Moved by Commissioner Scamata.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Cruson. Is there any objection or addition to that? Hearing none, it's in the books. By the way, I missed one announcement. Lane Sisson just had a birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, Lane. Where are you? There. Okay, good. All right.
Well, and technically, Commissioner, he shares a birthday with Mr. Kleehammer.
Kleehammer, okay. All right, where's Mark? Okay, sorry about
And he
that.
shares a birthday with baby Jameson of Lauren Evans.
That is true.
So
Lots-
they're all
lots of
going, so
birthdays.
they're all going drinking later.
Catherine, let me ask you,
Yes, sir.
I know we have a pretty nice presentation, RTO presentation. It's pretty close to the end of I would like to, without anybody's objection, let's just put it as the last thing on the docket today. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, hearing no objection, we'll do it. All right.
Okay, yes, sir. So exhibit number 3 is docket number T37525. This is the Commission versus Legend Water Services on an alleged violation of the Louisiana Revised Statutes 45-161 through 180.1 by operating intrastate without commission authority to transport salt water utilized in oil well exploration and production by 81 counts allegedly occurring on or between March 1st of 2024 and March 31st of 2024. It's a discussion and possible vote pursuant to Rule 57 on an affidavit and stipulation executed by the carrier, so this will also need 2 votes. As a result of a waste audit by staff, a citation was issued to Legend Water Services on March 12th of this year based on the aforementioned allegations and violations. In response, the owner executed an affidavit and stipulation admitting to 78 of those counts, and in that stipulation, the carrier agreed to an imposition of a $25 citation fee and a $50,000 fine, with $25,000 of that being suspended upon the conditions of pleading guilty to the violations, not being found guilty for a period of 1 year of any commission orders, ceasing operating and transporting regulated waste until they obtain a common carrier certificate, pay the fines and fees in 12 installments with the first payment due April 17th of this year, and acknowledge that all suspended portions will become due immediately if the carrier fails to meet any of the payment deadlines subscribed. Staff recommends that the Commission exercise its original and primary jurisdiction under Rule 57 to consider this affidavit and stipulation and accept the affidavit and stipulation executed on April 2nd, 2025 for fines and fees totaling $25,025.
Move to bring the matter up under Rule 57.
Got a Rule 57 request by Commissioner Scamata, seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any objection? Hearing none.
Move to accept the affidavit and stipulation executed April 2nd, 2025, fees and fines totaling $25,025.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Scamata, seconded by Commissioner Lewis to accept staff recommendation. Any objection or discussion? Anyone here that, for the other side? No, I don't hear none. No. Okay, good. It's in the books. Thank you.
Exhibit number 4 is docket number T37541. This is the Commission versus DW on Demand doing business as Luxury Limo of Lafayette. It's an alleged violation of revised statutes 45-161 through 180.1 and general order dated April 25th of 2012 by engaging in activities related to transporting passengers intrastate without commission authority. It's a discussion and possible vote pursuant to Rule 57 on the affidavit and stipulation executed by the carrier. As a result of the investigation by staff, citation was issued to the company on March 26th of this year, and in response to that citation, a partner in the company executed an affidavit and stipulation admitting to all violations. And that affidavit, the carrier agreed to the imposition of a $25 citation fee and a $1,000 fine, with $500 being suspended, conditioned on the standard affidavit and stipulation conditions. Staff recommends that the Commission exercise its original primary jurisdiction under Rule 57 to consider the affidavit and stipulation and accept the affidavit and stipulation executed on May 29th, 2025 for fines and fees totaling $525.
Move to bring the matter up under Rule 57.
Second.
Rule 57 suggested by Commissioner Scamata, seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any objections or discussion? Hearing none, we'll take it up and go ahead.
Move to accept the affidavit and stipulation executed May 29th, 2025 for fees and fines totaling $525.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Scamata, seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any discussion, objection? Anyone here from the citation? Hearing none, it's in the books.
Exhibit number 5 is docket number U36646. This is the Commission's audit of the purchase gas adjustment filings for the Natural Gas Division of Entergy Louisiana for January 2021 through December of 2022. It's a discussion and possible vote on a joint report or draft order. The commission issued notice of this audit January 18th of 2023, which was docketed and published in the commission's official bulletin. The commission retained United Professionals Company to assist staff with the audit, and staff's report was filed April 10th of 2025 with notice of the same being published to convert the docket to a U docket and to allow for intervention. There was no intervention. Staff reviewed Entergy's monthly PGA filings for adherence and consistency with the requirements set forth in the Commission's 1999 General Order and issued discovery. Based on staff's review, as set forth in the report, staff concludes that with minimal and immaterial exceptions, the costs included in Entergy's PGA filings were reasonable, prudent, and necessary to the provision of service for jurisdictional retail customers, qualified for recovery under the PGA mechanism, and was consistent with the Commission's 1999 General Order, as well as produced just and reasonable rates. Entergy and staff submitted and filed a joint report and draft order on June 3rd of 2025, indicating there were no unresolved issues. As such, staff recommends that the commission accept the joint report and draft order filed into the record on June 3rd of 2025.
Move to accept the joint report and draft order.
Motion by Commissioner Scamata, second by the chair. And we have a question by Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you. Can I have a representative from Entergy or Delta to the table really quickly for a quick question? Thank you, Mr. Hand. My question is, in the staff report, they considered some implementation commitments, but Entergy declined to implement any of these audit recommendations before because of your pending sale to Delta. So I'm just kind of curious, and maybe this is a better question for a Delta representative. I just want to know how we affirmatively respond to the recommendations that the staff put in the report post-transfer. So I'm just trying to understand how we will proceed, because I understand why you didn't affirmatively respond to those questions, but or those suggestions, but I do think they're important going forward. So I don't know if that's an appropriate question for you, Mr. Hand, or if it's
I'll
better.
take a stab at it. Larry Hand on behalf of Entergy Louisiana. And to be clear, our reaction, Entergy's reaction to that recommendation was one of, we agree. We think it's worthwhile to do, which is basically to look at, reevaluate the design date criteria to make sure we are, getting the right MDQs, the right levels of gas and not under recovering and having catch up. So we agree with it's a worthy endeavor, but given the timing of the close of the sale to Delta, scheduled to close on July 1, we thought it would be better for Delta to take that up in the future. And I can't speak for Delta. I know I have spoken to them about this issue, and they're aware of staff's view on it. So that's as far as I think I can go in terms of speaking for Delta.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was curious of the conversations and communications pending the sale to ensure that some of these recommendations do transfer to the new ownership. So thank you, Mr. Hand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there any other discussion, or anybody else have another question about Exhibit 5? Hearing none, Exhibit 5 pass.
Exhibit number 6 is docket number U.
Can you hold up one second?
Yes, sir.
Could I get you to go back? I apologize.
Commissioner Campbell, can you use your microphone, please?
Yes, we've got, like to open it up for, I guess it was the early part,
It's a,
where Mr. Campbell
it's
has.
an audit, just the audit of the gas service.
I'm okay here, but
Oh, go ahead.
I got some questions, so, and on the first part where you bring up things,
Sure.
I want to bring it up.
Oh, okay, you're talking about,
Under announcements.
Announcement.
doing announcements, okay.
Right.
Mr. Campbell. And I've got one I forgot to do, so I'm gonna wait, I'll do one after you get through.
First of all, I apologize for being late. My phone, I talked too much last night, and it didn't go off. But anyway, where's the SWEPCO people? You need, come on up front, Mr. Gillum.
Is this part of the announcements?
Yeah, he has some questions for SWEPCO.
In the announcement category?
Yes. This is just kind of off, non-agenda item.
So, is this in order for on the agenda to do?
I think we can During announcements, we typically can kind of pull up anything. I mean, if there's no vote on it, I don't think there's gonna be any vote on this. So,
Okay, all right,
yeah.
good. All right, who we have here at the desk? I know Bobby.
Yeah, this is Bobby Gillum on behalf of SWEPCO, Jonathan McCarthy.
Johnson, okay.
Hey,
Jonathan,
Bobby,
okay.
Bobby, make sure the mic's on. Is it on? Yeah, it's on. Oh, is it?
No, it's not.
Mr. Gillum,
There we go.
Mike's on now. Morning.
Mr. Gillum, I talked to you about this yesterday.
Yes, sir.
I'm disturbed about SWEPCO's rates this month. You're at 16 cents, 16.5 cents, that's 17 cents per kilowatt hour. Almost 25% higher than the state average of 13 cents. And this is not the first month. Last month in May, you were the highest at 15.5 per kilowatt. I would like to have some answers to why y'all are going up so dramatically. And that's what I asked you about yesterday. So I remember when SWEPCO was the cheapest in the state, most reasonable in the state, never been cheap. But we had a meeting one time in West Monroe, and I called out energy, which was just way, way higher than you guys were. Y'all were around 8 cents or something like that. And today you're at 17 cents. So I've got some questions. Brandon's going to read them out that I'd like to get some answers to.
All right, and these will be, I'll give you a copy of these after, Bobby. I don't know if you can answer them today, or if not, if you just want to provide them back, but these are the questions. Can you provide an explanation with supporting data for the increases SWEPCO customers experienced in their May and June bills? Number two, is this a trend of increasing bills during a period of historically low natural gas costs is this trend of increasing bills during a period of historically low natural gas costs going to continue? And three, what steps, if any, is SWEPCO undertaking to address these higher costs?
Renewable energy is driving up the cost of electricity because you gotta have a
All right.
new generation of base.
Okay, Mr.
All right,
Gillum.
Commissioner, you and I talked, and we were running down information, and we do have some to report. Reserve the right to amend it, because we're still checking everything. But first of all, this was the summer rates at SWEPCO. And SWEPCO's got summer, winter rates. We've talked about that for a while. And this is probably estimating up to $0.015 difference between summer and winter. Might be slightly less than that, but it's close. So that's something we've talked about, whether that needs to be changed. It was enacted many years ago, and the commission had pushed it way back, probably 25 years ago at least. And the idea was to encourage less usage in the summer. I'm not sure that's productive any longer, but that's one of the issues. But there is that much difference between our summer and winter rates. But there are a couple of other things that contributed to this situation, and that is, one, we did have scheduled maintenance during that April, as we've all talked about before. So we had numerous units shut down, and so we had to go buy some power, and the gas prices were up. And we had a phone call, and I think Brett Madison was on the call just the other day about that increase in gas prices for a period of time.
When's the gas prices been up?
Just recently, during well, they were up during April when this occurred.
I know just a little bit about them, but I hadn't seen any high gas prices. It's all real. That's the puzzling part about SWEPCO. Gas prices are cheap, $3 range, cheap, cheap, cheap. And then y'all's rates are 17, 18 cents per kilowatt hour.
Well, we were purchasing power then, and there was some increase through that time. And during April, April was actually a cool month, and remember, there's a lot of rain, and it was unusually cool April in different parts of the country as well, and that did have some impact. I'm not saying that's the whole impact. I'm just kind of giving you what all contributed to this. Not saying there's just one answer. In addition to that, we did have. We had several things come online. We did had things like Rocking R. It came online as of that time. It's a monthly payment of about $260,000. We had a new capacity agreement come online, and it was something we badly needed and needed to have it, and it was like $365,000 a month. I will tell you that in July, we're gonna have a $2 million credit that will be applied. It comes out of the Perky resolution, so that will be applied in July.
How much will that make?
$2 million,
No, how much will that make the rates? How much difference will that make in the rates?
I hadn't done a calculation on it, and we'll give you one, because it'll be not only that calculation, but some of these other parts will be moving too. So, but it will make a difference. And then, the other point, I mean, this is sales were lower. Bottom line, we're looking at that chart that says kilowatt hour, and it's higher. But as far as our sales in April, they were lower. There just wasn't that much demand. So the net bill that goes out, not the kilowatt hour, but the net bill to the customer is reduced somewhat because of the lesser usage. And April was a cool month and a rainy month, and it was just kind of moderate.
Would you say the weather might be pretty uniform from South Louisiana to North Louisiana? Everybody's pretty much Northeast Louisiana?
I wouldn't totally say that. I mean, there is
I would.
difference. I mean, there's differences. Sometimes we get cooler weather than they do.
Yeah, I
Rain, sometimes they get coastal rain that we don't get. It's not, I agree, it's not just drastically different, but there are some differences.
You know what bothers me, Mr. Gilliman? This is not personal because you and I are friends. I got called by a good friend of yours and a good friend of mine. And he said, what the hell is SWEPCO doing? I said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, take a look, 18.5 cents compared to others, and you're the highest in the state. And SWEPCO used to be the most reasonable in this state. And then we just, then it got to 10, then it got to 12, then 13. Now it's 18.5. That's 19. That's tough.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that being the exact number, but I understand that it was definitely increased and due to all these factors. So, SWEPCO is certainly looking at all that. We don't like to raise.
It was 16.5.
16, yeah.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you. But we're looking at all those and very conscious of all those, and some of these, we do have a number of items that came online, and were enacted, just the costs and expenses were incurred and billed this month. And we'll be looking at that, and some of the things also, I'll tell you, we started doing some veg management this month too. That was necessary, so we hit the ground running, and we had made the promise we were gonna do that. Start spending that money and spending it wisely to help on the resilience and service to our customers. So that is something else that came online this month as well. So it's one of those months we had multiple items come online, and we had the summer winter rates and all of that coming together.
Well,
And less usage. That's also another significant factor which affects that number you're looking at.
what's on the line here is 25% higher than the average. That's what's on the line. And people are calling me about it, and they're paying attention to their bill, and they don't understand it because SWEPCO's got the reputation of being one of the most reasonable utilities in the state. And I've been here 27 years, or 23 years, I guess. But anyway, y'all have always been most reasonable utility in the state, and now you're 25% higher than the average. So whatever y'all have to do, we need to do something because people are screaming about it. And I had one good friend of yours and a good friend of mine call me and asked me, what are we doing? And I said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, SWEPCO's gone crazy. And so I looked at it, and I agree with him. I think y'all have gone crazy. And the rates are too high, and you got to get them down. You can't be 25% higher than the average, and you were last month too. So, but anyway, I just wanted to get you up and let you talk about it. Jonathan, you have anything to say?
No, Commissioner, like what Bobby said, we'd identified, looked at some of those questions to follow up and answer the Commission's questions, vegetation management, less KW, different things coming online, but we're glad to answer any questions and follow up and help as needed.
Well, you have an answer why you're 25% higher than the average?
We have, those are the answers that Bobby talked about. I think we could probably do more digging to get further information if needed by the commission. But the high level, that's all of those things that Bobby had mentioned, Rocking R coming online, gas capacity contract, vegetation management, all of these things that are necessary to be able to.
And the forest, the scheduled maintenance was certainly a factor.
Would you, both of y'all, would you call it ironic when gas prices in the threes, y'all are the highest in the state?
I don't know if we're ironic, but certainly it's not something SWEPCO strives to do, but these are the circumstances and what occurred kind of leading to that.
Well, listen, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have to say, but it's hard to put up with high utility bills when the natural gas prices are going down. And people are still drilling up our way, as you know, but they're getting real nervous about it because the price of gas is going down. And they spend a lot of money to drill. But anyway, when the price of gas goes down, it's hard to explain how you guys want a 17% rate increase.
Right. And again, I'm just saying, we were talking about this time period in April. That's what was affecting us here. So,
What do you think your price, have you got any indication of what your prices will be next month?
I do not know that right now. I don't know. We're looking at that, so we can give you a report on it, but I don't know right now.
Okay. Well, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, over the last 4 years, we've had tremendous amount of increase in our inflation, and it's run everybody's bills up. How does your bills compare to other states in America on the rise of the cost of electricity?
Right. Well, inflation is, we've all seen it. It all affects us all. You're installing new poles and cross arms or facilities for transmission, for substations. You see it every day. And that's part of it. So that does affect us. And you always have the balance because you're trying to make sure you have the best service, good service, and not overspend, but you got to do certain things. So there's always that tug that we're trying to meet in the middle on. So It does affect us. There's no doubt our costs have gone up, and people like to be paid more too, to handle inflation. So you gotta keep all that to account.
Well, since we're still in the announcement area, we're talking about birthdays and different things. Kobe, did you have a legislative report to give us? And if you did, hang on just a second. I need to ask Mr. Gillum something. Your son is still a baseball coach at Freeport.
He is.
He's doing good.
Yes.
I've got a baseball question for you. I've been watching LSU on TV, and here's one thing that really makes me scratch my head. The umpire, he runs the show, behind the plate.
Right.
And big burly guys. Every once in a while, they stop and he pulls out a piece of paper in his pocket and a pencil. In this day of modern technology and all the things that are going on, what is he writing down, and what do you know what that is? What's going on?
He should be. The old days, they'd always write down any kind of changes in the lineup. That's one thing they'd write. New batter come in, or a pitch runner, or that kind of thing. So
It's like he would have a modern technology assistant that's got all that, instead of writing it down on a piece of paper, and he's the boss of the darn game. Okay,
Right.
I just wanted to leave
Good
that thought
question.
with everybody and see if y'all can find out. I sure would like to know, and that just struck me last night. So, all right, Kobe, do you have any legislative report?
Yeah, I was gonna jump in, and Colby and I were just talking. So Colby actually has a letter going out to y'all today that we finished up yesterday that gives a summary of the bills that were filed that would have impacted the commission and the ultimate status of those. I'd say probably about 20 or 30% actually made it through the process from the beginning. What was unique about this session is there were a number of resolutions that were added towards the end of the session that either established task forces or urgent requests the commission to take certain action. So we're going to have all that in there as well. But if y'all got questions about any specific pieces of legislation, I think we could probably answer them off the cuff, but that letter will go out, will have details on each piece.
Okay, and another announcement, Commissioner Kusan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, speaking of the legislature, I'd like to welcome a legislator here today that was my roommate for 4 years over here at the Pentagon Barracks. Representative Larry Bagley, would you mind standing up, saying hello? Welcome to the Public Service Commission. Larry does a great job for his constituents and for the retired teachers in particular. I think he's carried a lot of legislation for them over the years, and I really appreciate the work that you do and the friendship that you've given me. Thank you, Larry, for coming.
Well, I'm gonna add one more thing. Larry's gonna run for Commissioner Campbell's seat when he retires, so good luck, Larry. Okay. All right, moving on back to, where were we?
We were on Exhibit 6.
6, okay, Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is docket number U36647. This is the Commission's audit of the purchase gas adjustment filings for CenterPoint Arklas for January 2021 through December 2022. Is a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. On January 18th of 2023, the Commission filed its notice to initiate this audit, which was docketed and published in the Commission's official bulletin. United Professionals was retained to assist the Commission staff, and the audit staff report was filed on March 13th, 2025. Notice of the same was published in the Commission's official bulletin, but no interventions were received. Staff reviewed Arklas monthly PGA filings, conducted extensive discovery, and had discussions with the company working through certain elements of the audit. In staff's audit report, it made certain findings which led to staff's recommendation that the Commission should find that the cost incurred and included for recovery through Arklas monthly PGA filings was reasonable, and the company's filings submitted under the requirements of the PGA order should be approved. Staff's findings included that the costs recovered were reasonable, prudent, and necessary for the provisions of natural gas service, and that the filings complied with the PGA general order and followed the methodology outlined in Appendix B thereof. Based on staff's findings, staff recommended and requested the following information and clarifications with future PGA filings. Few invoices lacked exact reference to the recovered amounts, so cost entries without a single specific invoice reference. The company should, in the future, provide a calculation page which sums an individual entry to the total amount. CenterPoint Arklas indicated no issues with staff's recommendation. As there are no unresolved issues, staff recommends that the Commission accept the joint report and draft order that was filed into the record on May 21st of 2025.
Move to accept the joint report and draft order.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Scametta, seconded by Commissioner Kusan. Is there any other discussion or any objection to this? Hearing none, number 6 is in the books.
Exhibit number 7 is docket U36648. This is the Commission's audit of purchase gas adjustment filings for CenterPoint Energy Intex for the same period of January 21 through December of 22. Discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. Commission staff opened this docket on January 18th of 2023, and United Professionals was retained to assist staff. The staff report was filed on March 13th, 2025, with notice of the same being published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions received. Staff reviewed Intex's filings, conducted discovery, and had discussions with the company. Staff examined the areas of the filings in order to confirm the accuracy of the information presented. In staff's audit report, staff made certain filings which led to staff's recommendation that the Commission should find that the cost incurred and included for recovery through Intex's monthly PGA filings was reasonable, and the company's filings submitted under the requirements of the order should be approved. Intex agreed with staff's recommendation. As there are no unresolved issues, staff recommends that the Commission accept the joint report and draft order filed into the record on May 21st of 2025.
Move to accept the joint report and draft order.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Scametta, second by Commissioner Lewis. Any objection? Hearing none, number 7's passed.
Exhibit number 8 is docket number U36682. This is Entergy's 2022 test year for its gas rate stabilization filing. It's also a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. On February 24th of 2023, Entergy filed its application and was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions received. The Commission issued Order U36338, establishing Entergy's current RSP, allowing the company to earn a return on equity within a bandwidth centered of 9.8. If the actual earned ROE on an adjusted test year basis is above or below the bandwidth, but within 200 basis points of that midpoint, rates will be adjusted by a 50% difference of the earned ROE. If it's outside the band by the 200 basis points, rates are increased or decreased by 100% of the difference between the earned ROE and the 200 basis points. In the 2022 filing, the company reported an earned ROE of 1.04%, which would have required a rate increase that would have resulted in an upward adjustment in revenues of approximately $6 million. As Entergy earned ROE fell below the established bandwidth, staff found that Entergy was authorized in accordance with the provisions of the RSP to adjust its rates to generate an increase in revenue. Staff filed its report and recommendation into the record on April 1st of 2024. Entergy indicated that the company accepted staff's report, and on June 2nd of 2025, the parties filed a joint report and draft order into the record. As there are no unresolved issues, staff recommends that the commission accept the joint report and draft order filed into the record on June 2nd of 2025.
Move to accept the joint report and draft order.
Motion by Scametta, chair will second it. Any discussion or objection? Hearing none, it's number 8's passed.
Exhibit number 9 is docket number U37112. This is Entergy's 2023 gas rate stabilization filing. It's a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. So on February 1st of 2024, Entergy filed its 2023 test year, and this is under the same rate stabilization plan just discussed in Exhibit 8. In Entergy's 2023 RSP filing, the company reported an earned ROE of 10.68%, which would have required a rate decrease and would have resulted in a downward adjustment of revenues of approximately $340,000. As Entergy earned ROE fell above the established bandwidth, staff found that Entergy was authorized in accordance with the RSP to adjust its rates downward. Staff filed its report and recommendation into the record on April 1st of 2024. Upon review of that report, Entergy indicated that the company accepted that report and recommendation, and on June 2nd of 2025, the parties filed a joint report and draft order. As there are no unresolved issues, staff recommends that the commission accept the joint report and draft order filed into the record on June 2nd of 2025.
Move to accept the joint report and draft order.
Motion by Commissioner Scametta, second by the chair. Any objection? Any discussion? Hearing none, nine's done.
Exhibit number 10 is docket number U37478. This is Claiborne Electric Cooperative's application for approval to establish an emergency reserve fund. The discussion and possible vote on uncontested stipulated settlement. On January 9th of this year, Claiborne filed its application seeking commission approval to establish an emergency reserve fund up to $3 million. Notice of the application was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions received. Following discovery, staff filed its report and recommendation on March 25th of 2025, and on March 27th of this year, Claiborne filed its response to staff's report, in which Claiborne agreed with staff's report subject to a clarification of a typographical error. Staff and Claiborne codified the agreement and entered into an uncontested stipulated settlement, which was filed into the record on April 29th of this year. The major terms are that Claiborne is authorized to establish the emergency reserve fund for a period not to exceed 42 months in order to fund a restricted cash account up to approximately $3 million. The funds collected through the rider shall be directed to a regulatory liability and utilized only for emergency events described in the emergency reserve fund rider, and recovery of expenses through FEMA or any other government agency shall be credited back to the emergency reserve fund once any credit or cash accounts have been made whole. Staff recommends that the commission accept the uncontested stipulated settlement filed into the record on April 29th of 2025.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Move to accept staff recommendation by Commissioner Scametta,
Hold
second
on
by
a
the
second.
chair.
Hold on just
So
one
there's a
second.
discussion? You'd like to?
I want to say something. Claiborne Parish is in my area.
Yes.
But I appreciate you making the motion. But it belongs to me, as long as I'm the commissioner. So I'll make those motions if it's okay with y'all. So anyway, I think they're doing a good thing here. Establishing an emergency fund where they can have some money put up for problems. And it's I understand other co-ops have one, we don't have one. I'm for it 100%, and I thank you, Mr. Scametta. I appreciate it, because I was gonna vote for it, and you made the motion. So it was a good motion that Mr. Scametta made. I second Mr. Scametta's motion.
Let me ask Ms. Bowman.
Yes, sir.
Is that in the record? Can we undo the record? How does that work?
Well, I think
Is that
Commissioner-
proper protocol?
Commissioner Campbell just seconded
Good enough.
Commissioner Scrimetta's motion. So we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay, 'cause that's what I was gonna tell Commissioner Campbell, the horse is already out of the barn there, but so Campbell will second the motion. Okay, I got you. All right, and yeah, I appreciate Claiborne came to see me, and I think probably went to every commissioner, although it is true that it's under Campbell's area. And with these high interest rates right now, if they had to borrow any money, they're kind of squirreling away some money for hard times instead of having to pay a lot of interest. So I think it's a good idea. So if there's no other objection, we've got a motion and a second. It's it's done. Number 12 done.
Exhibit number 11 is docket number U37496. This is Entergy's test year for 2024 gas rate stabilization plan filing. It's a discussion and possible vote on a joint report on draft order. On January 29th of 2025, Entergy filed its 2024 test year filing, which was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions. Staff's report and recommendation filed into the record on April 1st of this year determined that with adjustments and disallowances made and or required by staff, Entergy's earned ROE was 11.84%, which is above the earnings bandwidth as previously described in Exhibit 8 today. On April 30th of 2025, Entergy filed a supplemental filing which incorporated the impacts of Louisiana state tax law changes enacted on December 4th of 2024. Staff reviewed Entergy's supplemental filing and issued a supplemental report on May 22nd of 2025. In that supplemental report, staff agreed with the adjustments made by Entergy, which increased the ROE to 12.04%, which would warrant a total decrease of rates of approximately $2.8 million. Upon review, Entergy indicated that the company accepted staff's supplemental report and recommendation, and all issues have been resolved. Staff and Entergy filed a joint report and draft order into the record on June 2nd of 2025, acknowledging resolution. As there are no unresolved issues, staff recommends that the Commission accept the joint report and draft order filed into the record on June 2nd of 2025.
Move to accept the joint report and draft order.
Motion by Commissioner Scametta, second by the chair, and I think there's a question by Commissioner Lewis. Is there someone here from Entergy? Well, there's Larry Hand again.
Just a quick question, Larry. I'm trying to make sure I understand correctly. I'll go ahead and, well, you get settled. So I'm looking at the rate stabilization filings in their totality, and so I'm just making sure I'm not oversimplifying these. If all of these adjustments, the new rate would be at approximately increase about $3.83 for an average residential bill. And the way I got to that was basically I took the 536 increase from 22 test year, then subtracted the 69-cent reduction from the 23 test year, and then adding the 111 from the 2024 year. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what the final new rate would be for an average customer.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would look at just that last test year, because that's what is setting rates.
Okay.
I mean, the current test year 24, that's what's setting rates effective. I think it became effective April 1.
So I should just look at the $1.11 instead of
Yes.
kind of going back to the other two?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Okay, any other discussion or question for Mr. Mann while he's here? Hearing none, it's passed.
Exhibit number 12 is docket number U37530. This is
What did you say,
Louisiana.
12?
Yes, sir.
This is you.
This is Louisiana Water Company's 2024 Formula Rate Plan Annual Report. It's a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. On February 28th of 2025, LawCo filed its test year filing per the provisions of order number U36318-A. The company's request was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no intervention. In the filing, LawCo reported an ROE of 3.55%, which is below the allowed return of 9.50, taking into consideration the 50 basis points deadband. The deficiency in earnings would require an increase in revenue requirement of approximately $1.4 million adjusted for taxes, increasing the average customer's bill by approximately 7.7%. Staff filed its report and recommendation into the record on May 12th of 2025, agreeing that per the Commission authorized FRP, LawCo is authorized to increase its rates. LawCo indicated the company accepted staff's report and recommendation, and notice was filed into the record of this effect. The parties filed a joint report and draft order into the record on May 28th of 2025, acknowledging resolution of all issues. Staff recommends that the Commission accept the joint report and draft order filed into the record on May 28th of 2025.
Chair makes a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scamata. Any discussion? Any objection? Hearing none, it's passed.
Exhibit number 13 is docket number U37531. This is Claiborne's Formula Rate Plan Annual Report for the test year ending December 31st of 2024. It's a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. On February 28th of this year, Claiborne filed its test year filing, wherein it reported that the modified debt service coverage ratio fell below the 1.75 to 1.95 bandwidth authorized in its FRP, and therefore there should be an increase in rates of approximately $1.38 million in order to bring them back to the midpoint. Staff filed its report and recommendation on May 1st of 2025, agreeing with all adjustments made by the cooperative in its 2024 test year except one, and staff recommended the removal of one adjustment made by Claiborne for the principal amount payments of the cooperative CFC debt expected for 2025. Based on the calculations, staff determined that Claiborne's earned MDSC ratio of 1.69 still falls below the cooperative's lower earnings bandwidth, and accordingly, staff recommended that Claiborne was authorized to reset its rates to reach the midpoint by implementing a rate increase of approximately $1.14 million. On May 7th, Claiborne filed correspondence into the record indicating concurrence with staff's report, and on June 16th, 2025, Claiborne and staff filed a corrected joint report and draft order into the record, which requests the commission issue an order accepting staff's recommendation. Staff recommends that the commission accept the joint report and issue the draft order filed into the record on June 16th of 2025.
I would make a motion that we vote to approve this measure. It affects the bills by $1.54.
Got a motion to accept staff recommendation, is that what he said?
Yes, sir.
And I'll-
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Scametta. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, it's passed.
Exhibit number 14 is docket number U 37595. This is Entergy's request for approval to implement a portfolio of demand response programs. It's a discussion and possible vote to hire outside counsel. On April 25th of this year, Entergy provided advance filing notice indicating the company's intention to file the application just discussed. Staff issued RFP 2504 seeking the assistance of outside counsel with demand response experience. Staff received one qualifying bid from Stone Pigment of $214,000 in fees and $6,000 in expenses for a total budget of $220,000. And staff makes no recommendation as the sole bidder is qualified.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and move to accept the bid of the sole bidder, but I have a comment to add with this. The problem I have with this is that the content of description of the RFP said that the law firm had to have previous experience in demand response programs. And before the commission started looking in demand response, the current bidder had never had any experience in demand response until we had hired them before and got them active in looking at demand response. So the way that the RFP went out in requiring somebody to have demand response experience limits the ability of law firms to qualify for bidding on the contract. And a couple of things trouble me that way. First off, the commission paid for the tuition of the law firm to learn about demand response. And I'm actually a big believer that most lawyers worth their salt with about an hour and a half of time, and now with the aid of AI, can learn everything they need to know about demand response pretty quick. And so I think the limitation of the RFP is handled in a way which eliminates the potential of competitive bidding. And I know Commissioner Campbell wants more people bidding on stuff to keep the bids competitive and to drive costs down for consumers. So I think that we need to look at how we craft RFPs in the future, because I think that this one, the way it's done, limits it to only one potential bidder and it excludes all other law firms from bidding. So that's my comment, but I continue my motion to accept the current bid.
Let me, before my hand was up ahead of his, you're next, but hold on. Demand response is, I understand it, but I wouldn't be very good at explaining it. Commissioner Scametta.
Yes.
Give us a little short 2-minute talk about demand response. What is that and what's the benefits?
I mean, effectively, it's to create microgrid systems to where you can have available power systems within different zones to where when you require power to be delivered, it can be delivered in a more efficient mechanism. We did this in the commission with the Power Through program with Entergy. When they needed more electrons in certain areas, we've gotten several of the new systems. Actually, I know one system's up in Metairie right now, and I have the other ones done. So it's basically putting and breaking up like the one we've planned right now with Power Through is to break up 120 megawatt power plant into small pieces and position it around the region to where they can boost power into the grid where it's necessary in certain zones. So it's not an overly complicated problem. So I think that it's something that I think most people in this room have the capability of dealing with. And also, the other comment, I think the comment I have is that the staff, when doing this, I asked them, is this something that's something of quick need? And they said, no, this is just something that was going to. I asked them if there was some issue of something has to be done, rapidly. Is it something needed? And they said, no, they just want somebody who's going to be able to step in and start working on it. And I said, well, what's the goal line on this? And they said, well, there's no current real goal line on it. So it does seem to me that, I think any engineer or any lawyer worth their salt can learn about component elements about bids, like on this kind of stuff, pretty quick, because it's not a legal issue, it's a technical issue. And I think technical issues can all be learned about pretty quickly. So I think this narrows the capacity of the bid potential of getting more people bidding into the program. And that's just my general problem with it. I think right now, we're kind of where we are, but I think for the future, we need to expand the potential of the possibility of getting bids in so we can get competitive bids in. And since we started doing that, we have driven the cost of legal services down to the commission, and that means to the public. So I do think that we need to be cautious about, when we want to hire attorneys, if we want to hire attorneys with federal experience or state experience or things like that, that's something understandable. But when we look at hiring attorneys with technical experience, then we should be hiring experts with technical experience, not attorneys with technical experience, because then they learn from the other. So that's just my general concern about this.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Campbell, for your patience. It's your turn.
I agree. We can only get one bid on this, is that it?
So on this one particular RFP, I asked for someone who had demand response experience. If with that in there, there was only one firm that had demand response experience that bid into the RFP.
I do notice one thing, I think we've done some good. Stone Pigment's hourly rate is $325 to $395. It used to be a lot higher than that. And
They do
it's about-
provide discounted rates, yes, sir.
Well, this is the people's money, and saying $450 or $495 or whatever it used to be is, at least we're asking them, and they're bidding on it. But look like, just having one person bid is a tough situation. Doesn't give you much choice. At least they're charging less per hour.
If demand response mean that you could, you would agree to shed load to help in an overload situation? Is that part of the demand response?
I don't believe so.
Okay, that's not it. Okay. All right, sorry about that. All right. Okay, Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you. And my comments are directed, I know we have already hired UPC and Stone Pigment, but I would request that in the review of this proposal that we take into account the new white paper from MISO on demand response and energy resources reforms to ensure that the framework and the implementation is matching with what we're seeing the market change. So I know we're not discussing the docket, but since we're discussing the two hires, I would request both Stone Pigment and UPC to evaluate that proposal in context of the white paper from MISO on demand response and energy resources.
All right, we've got do we have a motion?
Yes, motion for me.
All right, and Chair will second that motion. Any other discussion or objection? Hearing none, 14 pass.
Exhibit number 15 is undocketed. It is the MISO's.
Did we move that to the end of the agenda?
No, not this one. No, sir. This is a different agenda item.
Okay, got it.
This is MISO's expedited resource addition study process. It's a discussion and possible vote to delegate certain authority to the executive secretary related to relevant electric retail regulatory authority notifications. MISO filed with FERC a revised ERAS proposal consistent with guidance provided by FERC in its May 16, 2025 order rejecting MISO's original proposal. ERAS is MISO's proposed temporary alternative solution to the backlog in its existing generator interconnection process, which can take 3 to 4 years to complete, and the current process is backlogged several years. In order to enter the ERAS process, the interconnection request must include a written submission from the applicable RERRA, which is the commission in this instance, that the proposed interconnecting generator facility is seeking approval to serve a supported resource adequacy or reliability need. That support does not require prejudgment of any certification process. It is merely a request that MISO apply the ERAS process to the project. The revised MISO ERAS process filing has a cap in the number of projects at 50 and 10 per study cycle, and there are strict deadlines that must be followed to qualify for it. Therefore, early and timely submission is critical. In order to make certain that any ERAS submission for projects located in areas under the Commission's jurisdiction are submitted timely, staff recommends that the Commission Executive Secretary be delegated the authority and the discretion to provide the required RERRA notifications when the Executive Secretary deems appropriate and is consistent with any FERC approvals of the proposed ERAS process.
Go ahead. I'm sorry,
Staff
thank you.
recommends that the Commission delegate the Executive
Move to
Secretary.
approve staff recommendation.
Move and,
We have Congress.
and Chair will second it, and discussion by Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I have a representative from MISO, and Noel, I think I may need you as well on this. Thank you. I'm gonna start with MISO. So can you explain that FERC in May rejected your original ERAS filing, citing lack of project caps, insufficient demonstration of reliability benefits, procedural fairness, and transparency concerns under the FPA Section 205 filing standard. So I know you recently submitted another proposal. Can you walk me through how you addressed those concerns that FERC had on your original filing?
Yes, Commissioner. Todd Hillman from MISO. Can you hear me okay?
No, you gotta press the button, Todd.
Oh.
Wait till it turns
Got
green.
it.
Thank you. Todd Hillman from MISO. A couple of ways that we addressed that. We limited the number of projects per cycle to answer the cap question. That was a one big concern that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission had. The second one was around the retail choice states in MISO, of which we have all of Illinois and 10% of Michigan. So we allocated projects to those two retail choice jurisdictions. And then the third piece was if you're a non-load serving entity, you're not a traditional utility, how do you get projects? We allocated 10 projects to those folks, independent power producers that didn't serve load. We also put a limited time frame on it. So there's a number of cycles, maximum number of projects. And so we feel that the combination of those things in reading the FERC rejection of our first filing goes to answer many, if not all, of their questions.
Thank you. And so I read many of the comments from stakeholders who had some problems with the process in proposing this revised policy. And I want to say there was a 10-day comment period. Am I correct on that?
You could be. It was shortened just because we have parties that have very large load additions, some of them very close to the state, that want to get those in the process as soon as possible. So we felt that an expedited comment period as well as an expedited approval period from FERC was needed.
Okay, so how did you incorporate any of their input in your new proposal?
I think we did our best. We spent a lot of time upfront. So, I mean, this was 12, 16 months of work. And so we had a very good idea where most, if not all, of the stakeholders were coming from. And so we went back to them in groups, such as the Organization of MISO States, and walked through various areas. But because of that shortened time frame, we couldn't have that stakeholder process we would usually like to have.
Thank you. And so I really want to make sure I understand this. How are you going to ensure that you're not creating a two-tier interconnection system that disadvantages projects following the standard procedures, right? I understand why we are looking at a fast-track lane, but I want us not to be picking and choosing winners in projects in a system that is now favoring one. So can you explain how you will review that in in a fair manner?
Absolutely. So our current interconnection queue, we've made a number of improvements there, which we think will make a significant difference. The first one is capping the number within each region. Our queue is getting so large that if you didn't have this cap, it would just continue to build upon itself. And so that cap was approved by FERC in early 2025. The second piece is we started to implement some software. Interestingly enough, we heard about that software from SPP. We've brought that in. It is some AI-based software that I think is going to help shorten those timeframes of that queue. We think some projects as well will come from the existing queue to the new queue, and we're fuel agnostic on what those projects are because different states have different needs. And so we are confident that in the next couple of years, we'll be able to get that cycle down to 1 year for even the existing queue. So they're moving in parallel. They're not really moving against each other.
No, that makes sense. So what metrics or documentations must a generator submit before it meets a reliability or adequacy need?
So good question. They must identify the specific load addition or the resource adequacy area that the project will address. The project must not exceed 150% of the identified size of that project. And then the other piece of it is working very closely with the RERA as stated in this current document.
Okay, and so if all of those are accounted for, what are the consequences if a project that uses a letter to enter the process but ultimately fails to deliver reliability value to the state that submitted it?
That's a good
Are there
question.
any consequences?
Sure. We would really leave that up to the state. Resource adequacy is the purview of the state to determine. So our determinant is to enable that project to be facilitated. The resource adequacy piece of that is actually your purview. So
Okay, so MISO would have no kind of penalties or anything from post if it doesn't meet its standard that it's stated in its letter?
So any resource that comes to MISO that intends to build, in fact, currently we have resources that have come in, we've given them approval to build and they're delayed in their building. So that's a common practice. Supply chain issues, permitting issues, contract renegotiations are common ways that might happen. So that's a common practice in the industry based on this complex machine that everyone's trying to run. But no, we leave that to the purview of our estates.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I have some questions for staff is, I'm still a little concerned that this is giving an unfair preference to utilities over independent power producers or merchant power producers who can only make up 15% of the maximum of chosen projects. So can you explain to me how you do not see that as discriminatory towards those other producers who may be looking to build generation but are not directly connected to a utility?
Well, the reality is even those with the utility that aren't necessary. So a utility may choose to have one of those build their project as part of that, right? So that's really not an area for us to determine. So we realized in that second go-around, Commissioner, that we needed to have that area to cover those independent power producers. But we didn't want this queue to get so large, right, this process to get so large that it was untenable and not workable on that quarterly process.
Okay, thank you, that makes sense. Noel, the commission has historically used an 18-factor test when reviewing generator certifications, and none of those are kind of built into this letter process. So how would we evaluate that in verifying our giving kind of signaling to MISO that this is a project if we're not really looking at the 18-factor test at that point in time?
Okay, the 18-factor test applies to the generator and approving the generator. This letter and this process with MISO and ARIS is only a generator interconnection process. So it's getting access to the transmissions that's needed to connect the generator to the MISO transmission system. There's a separate process going on for any generators that are going to be approved by the commission. In this particular case, for example, is the Meta project. There's a docket established, discovery going on. That process will look at the 18 factors and whatever other issues that arise in that case. And the commission will have the opportunity to approve or not approve that project based on the record that's built in there. Those generators, however, have to be able to be used, have to be interconnected to the MISO transmission system. They have to either get involved in the MISO normal generator interconnection process, which is called their DPP, which has the big backlog that is causing all the problems. And it's not just MISO with backlogs, it's an industry-wide problem, but our problem is with MISO because that's where Entergy is a member. So that process will go on. It will happen in the certification dockets. This process doesn't prejudge that. All it is asking MISO to study this separately in this new ERIS fast lane process.
So do you understand this letter would just be procedurally only and does not imply certification or public interest determination? It is clearly a procedural step that you view it as.
That's correct, and it's not only doesn't imply, there's specific reservation language that is included in the MISO tariff filing that probably will also be included in the letter we send or to MISO that specifically reserves the issue to the states and states positively that it's not prejudging those certification issues.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, and I appreciate that. I think one of my concerns has been that we know we've seen a significant challenge, for instance, in developers and community solar, for example, arguing that our certification process, like the 18-factor public interest determination, is too hard. And so now we're kind of I'm trying to make sure we're not giving a pass to those with the most resources who are still holding everybody who can get a fast track lane while everybody else is still hold it to our rules. And so I'm trying to really determine that. In this process, and this may be a question for Brandon, will we get notified of any letter that is issued under this delegation when it is issued?
We can certainly do that.
Okay.
That's not an issue at all. We can send you guys a copy of the letter that Brandon signs for the delegation.
Thank you. That would be greatly appreciated. I still have some underlying concerns with the new ERIS filing under FERC. And I think this may be a little premature since we don't know what the final rule will be. But I appreciate your time in answering my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions? We have a motion and a second.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to vote no on this, so I will object.
So you vote no?
Yes, sir.
Roll call vote,
Okay,
please.
I guess we need a roll call. Commissioner Campbell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Scametta, how you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Cuso, how you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis votes no, the chair votes yes. So thank y'all for your help.
See you in a minute.
16?
Yes, sir. So exhibit number 16 is undocketed. This is the State Universal Service Fund Administrator. It's a discussion and possible vote to renew LaPorte CPA and Business Advisor Services. At the July 2020 B&E, LaPorte was retained to administer the State Universal Service Fund for a 3-year period with annual reviews thereafter subject to commission approval. LaPorte's current retention expires July 31st of 2025. In light of this expiration and the option for an annual renewal, staff requested confirmation from LaPorte whether it agreed to continue handling these services for the State Universal Service Fund. LaPorte indicated its willingness to continue providing those services for the fund at its same billing structure currently in place, which is $10,000 a month. The structure has worked well over the years, and staff does not see a reason to alter the structure at this time. Staff recommends that the commission renew LaPorte's services for an additional year with the option to renew thereafter under the same billing structure previously approved, which was $10,000 a month.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Move to accept staff's recommendation by Commissioner Scametta, second by the chair. Any discussions or?
Let me ask you a question.
Okay,
Yes,
Commissioner Campbell?
How much money we pay these people?
$10,000 a month to manage approximately $45 million a year.
Did you check anybody else we just been using a long time? And you're comfortable?
Yes, they've actually administered the fund.
At least 20.
Well, it's been a universal service fund when we converted it in 2005, and before that it was the LOS Preservation Fund, and they were our administrator then. And they've actually been doing it for the same fee for like 30 years now. They've never increased their fees at all. So, and it's actually gotten more complicated because of carriers leaving the market and having to do reassessments on a regular basis. So I think they do a great job on it. I mean, I've worked with them directly going back at least 20 years from when we first established the fund.
And we did issue an RFP back in 2020, just trying to see if there was any other CPA firms out there that would be interested, and no one else bid. It was just LaPorte at that time.
Okay.
All right, hopefully we're on number 17.
Yes, sir. Exhibit number 17 is a docket to be determined. This is 1803 Electric Cooperative's notice of intent to conduct a request for proposals. This is a discussion and possible vote to hire outside consultant. On May 6th of 2025, 1803 provided advance notice that they were intending to issue an RFP for long-term power purchase contract, generating capacity or generating resources. Staff issued an RFP seeking the assistance of an outside consultant for the RFP process, but also any certifications and monitoring that arise from the RFP. Staff received 2 qualifying bids. The first is United Professionals Company of $89,000 in fees and $1,500 in expenses for a total budget not to exceed of $90,500. And the second was London Economics International of $135,060 in fees and $2,178 in expenses for a total budget not to exceed of $137,238. Staff makes no recommendation as both bidders are qualified.
Move to accept the low bid of United Professionals for a total of $90,500.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Scametta, seconded by Commissioner Lewis to accept number 1, UPC's low bid. Any discussion or objection? Hearing none, 17's good.
Exhibit number 18 is undocketed. It is 1803 Electric Cooperative's request for approval of acquisition of corporate entity with generating facility pursuant to an unsolicited offer received and financing related to the same. It's a discussion and possible vote to retain J. Kennedy and Associates. On May 6th of 2025, 1803 provided advance notice indicating their intention to seek commission approval of an unsolicited offer. Based upon this notice filing, staff solicited J. Kennedy and Associates, given the firm's insistence on the 1803's initial request for proposals and subsequent certifications provided therein. As J. Kennedy assisted staff with the review of 1803's original RFP and certification proceeding, and this unsolicited offer supplements that original portfolio, it is staff's opinion that no formal RFP is required at the upcoming request is substantially related by common factual, legal, and regulatory issues to the prior RFP and subsequent certification. Based on that, staff solicited J. Kennedy, and they submitted a proposal budget of $155,000 in fees and $5,000 in expenses. Staff recommends that the commission retain J. Kennedy and Associates for $155,000 in fees and $5,000 in expenses for a total budget not to exceed of $160,000.
Mr. Chairman, I oppose this hiring at this time without issuing an RFP for the following reasons. This consultant was the one who crafted the 1803 mechanism in the first place, and since then, the 1803's plan has been modified from the original plan that was structured by J. Kennedy and Associates with the failure to complete on the 3 solar projects, with having to shift to winter gas, I believe, through Calpine, and now even further to move to the acquisition of a power plant, which was originally, my understanding, belonging to a separate bidder in that original RFP to provide power to the co-ops, and that after they lost it, that they sold it, and now that 1803 is looking to buy it. So I think that this is pouring bad water into good water by hiring the same person who provided for an inaccurate mechanism in the first place by paying them $155,000 plus to do it again. So I think what we ought to do is take fresh eyes on this, issue an RFP, and see what we can do to determine if this is the appropriate action to acquire this unit and kind of move from there. So I actually move that we do not act on this, and we actually issue an RFP in this matter.
I respect Commissioner Scabetta's position. It's in my district, and I've decided I'd like to make a motion that we approve Exhibit 18.
Can I bring some people up to the table to ask me about
Sure.
this?
Can we go ahead and get a motion and a second?
I have a second.
And there's the motion, and
So to clarify, the chair, you're moving to accept the solicitation?
yes.
Okay, I just wanted to
Yeah,
make
I
sure.
move to accept Exhibit 18, seconded by Commissioner Cusson. And let's have a discussion. Is anyone here with 1803 can come up and answer?
And actually, also, if there's a senior from CLECO here, I'd like to ask them a couple of questions, too.
Mr. Chairman, really quickly, just so I'm clear, we did a solicitation or an RFP on this?
So for this
This
particular,
was just a
this was a
solicitation.
solicitation to J. Kennedy,
Okay,
yes.
got you, and Commissioner Scametta was saying we should do another RFP.
Correct.
Okay, I
Yeah,
just
no,
wanted to make
this,
sure.
I'm opposed to this solicitation and wanted to do an RFP.
Got you. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was following
Because
correctly.
of my position that was the original plan that was put forth by this person has effectively collapsed.
Got you. Yes,
And
sir.
that to hire him to now move in to do something else seems to be putting a bad effort after a worse effort. And I think that fresh eyes on this would bring something to you guys.
Thank you for
Question
clarity.
I have for y'all. I guess it's more for you, Mr. Kleehammer. So before, when y'all were, CLECO bid into the 1803 mechanism, you bid in, I guess it was because it was CLECO Corp at that time, was CLECO
Yeah.
Cajun.
Yeah, and this predated my service with
Correct.
CLECO, but at the time, CLECO Cajun bid in to serve the co-ops.
Right. So my understanding is the unit in question on this was one of the previous units owned by CLECO, but has been sold since you weren't successful on the bid.
CLECO was not successful in extending the contracts with the co-ops that it had for multiple years and did sell the generation that CLECO Cajun had to Atlas about this time last year.
Okay. So now my understanding is that 1803 wants to buy that unit that you did not provide power from to purchase this unit from Atlas into 1803. Is that correct, Mr. Marino?
Well, I did want to say that the unit in question is confidential.
I didn't say which unit it was. I'm saying the unit that we're
Well,
talking about.
Been alluded to.
Well, I didn't say what it is. If you want me to say what it is, I'll talk about it. But what I'm saying is you are purchasing the unit from Atlas, correct? Are you buying a unit from Atlas?
Let me address this if I may. Brian Hobbs, 1803 Electric Cooperative. 1803 received an unsolicited offer last fall to purchase a generation asset.
Okay, well, hang on a second. I asked a pretty simple question. Are you buying this unit from Atlas?
It's complicated.
Well, it doesn't matter at this point. I mean, we're at this point where you're sending in a consultant. I'm not saying which unit it is. I'm saying, but who you're buying it from, I think, is relevant. The actual unit, I'm not revealing.
The counterparty to our agreement is very concerned about
Well,
confidentiality.
let me explain my problem with this. And I think it's important for the public to understand this. I think it's important for you to understand this. I think it's important for CLECO to understand this. I think it's important for the commission to understand this. And in 2009, when I first became a commissioner, the Department of Justice was all over Entergy because they were preventing certain market participants from selling their power. And then when they couldn't, Entergy purchased the power plant when it was no longer available. And then that's how we ended up being in MISO, because the Department of Justice required it, okay? So things have changed, but the fact is, this unit that I'm thinking of, which may or may not be the unit according to you, but I'm pretty sure it is, this unit would have been providing power to you under a contract from CLECO at a lower price than this plan that you've had that has not provided what you said it was going to provide from the beginning, okay? So you've lost your two for sure contracts. You're carrying a part of your IRP as a solar facility for 4 years that has not been completed, and you don't really have anything set to be complete. You have to look at really how you're going to do your IRP. So my problem is, CLECO would not have sold that facility if they knew you were going to buy it, because they could have provided you power under it. And it looks like it's a roundabout way of, having a mechanism which drove CLECO into a position of disadvantage unreasonably. And so I really have a problem with this, because it really, the 1803 program is not what it was originally said it was going to be, right? I think you would admit that. I think it's changed significantly from the original plan.
The solar piece, yes.
Yeah, significantly. And it is now more driven by baseload power, which is fine. But the problem that I have is it is also different from the original bid that was against what CLECO bid. And it caused CLECO to take its wholesale assets, because it did not have a successful bid, which from my interpretation is actually lower than what the current value is, and have to liquidate those assets, and now have them turned back up on the market to where you're buying them. And if nobody else sees this, go ahead and hire the guy who caused this problem in the first place. But if somebody else sees this, they ought to see what it's worth for the issue of the legal consequences of this type of action. So I just wanted to get that on the table.
Could I respond, sir?
Say whatever you like.
So I think you're giving 1803 an awful lot of credit. That 5 years ago, we drove Clico into a position of selling their assets.
I'm going to give you full credit for that.
We then turned around and somehow influenced Atlas to purchase those assets, and then somehow influenced them to offer one of them to us.
I'll take the middle part out and disagree with you, but I'm looking at everything else you said. I will agree with you that I think that happened.
Second, the commission consultant that's at question here and was on our initial portfolio did not put our portfolio together, reviewed it from a commission standpoint, and found it to be acceptable and in the public interest. That decision's been made.
And I'm agreeing with you that I think that he made a mistake, and I think he was basically going to enter into another mistake.
You're not agreeing with me that he made a mistake, because I didn't say that.
I'm agreeing with you, he did it.
Second, our portfolio is performing. We are performing.
I didn't say it wasn't, because I know your base load now.
And it was never the intention 5 years ago that that was our firm, forever power supply plan. It doesn't work that way. We have to respond to changing conditions. The MISO conditions required us to have more capacity than we planned, so we went out and got more capacity. We're performing. Here, we've had an unsolicited offer.
I get it, but it's a
We
pig
are
and a- it's a pig
required
and a
to
poke.
respond.
It's a pig and a poke. It's not what you said you were going to do. You're doing
I-
something
I
entirely different.
respectfully disagree.
But I understand. But in the simplest terms, that's the way I can look at it. But I've said what I got to say. I think that this is something that is much more complex. I think putting this person back over review of something that they approved that failed, and coming back in to look at it again for the basically approval of a purchase of an asset and paying them this much money to say, yeah, go ahead and buy this asset, which is worth X dollars, is just providing a real revenue value to that consultant that is not necessary or deserved. I think it's overpay, and I think that their review of your original plan was, they approved it, but it turned out with what, from the beginning, and look, this is nothing strange. I've told you from the beginning, I thought your plan from the beginning was not going to work. It didn't work. You've had to modify it. Well, look, I got as much like sense and horse sense as anybody else, and I saw it for what it was, and it didn't work.
It has worked, sir.
Well, no, the way you structured it did not work, and it had to change. It did change. You moved to baseload power, and it's working. Now it's working. But my problem is taking a guy who looked at it the first time and made it to where it had to change, and your cost and your fuel situation had to change, and everything had to change to where it became more sensical. And then want the same guy to come in who approved what didn't work in the first place and had to be changed, whether it was MISO changing the winter, qualifications, whatever. That is my problem. So I'm done, but I just want to tell you that I see this as a complex structure of problems that is having the wrong person applied to it. That's it.
I'd like to make two other points. The first one is this was an unsolicited offer, and according to the commission rules, we need to evaluate that offer, and we need to bring our evaluation to this commission. That's what we're doing. Second, you don't have a July B&E meeting, and this needs to move forward from our perspective. This will be probably a 9-month process, and we would love to get resolution to this before the next MISO planning year. And so it's important to us that we move this forward. Thank you.
Mr. Cusone?
Being a newer member, I was asking if Chairman Commissioner Skrmeta were there votes on these issues that you said you were against at some
there were
point?
votes.
And so these are the types of things that you were voting against at the time?
Yeah, I voted him against it at the time.
Okay. I just wanted to give Mr. Marino an opportunity from a standpoint of council. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we wrap this up?
Well, just Commissioner, that Commissioner Skrmetta was against it. He made his position clear, but the portfolio was accepted, was approved. It was found in the public interest. It is in the public interest. Everything that's been done since, including the addition of Calpine capacity agreement, which was foreshadowed in the original order, including that, everything that's been done since has also been found in the public interest by this commission. So it's not, as Mr. Hobbs said, it's not a situation where anything went wrong. 1803 has an active portfolio and continues to manage that portfolio prudently as it should. And yeah, we ask that you guys hire a consultant so that we can move forward with it.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I think the timeline is paramount, which is why I seconded your motion. It sounds like we may have an objection, so do we need to take a roll vote?
Yes, please. Roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask staff one quick question?
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since Jake Kennedy's not here, Ms. Bowman, can you just explain or give context of why we went with the solicitation over the RFP? Is it just their history, or was?
Sure.
I'm just curious because of the discussion today.
No, absolutely. So we have a general order on RFPs, or how we can hire outside assistance. That order allows us to solicit a prior consultant or prior counsel if it's substantially related, either legally or factually, to the prior docket. When I received notice from 1803 that they were going to come in and seek approval of a request for an unsolicited offer, and it was to supplement the original portfolio that was approved by this commission, to me it made sense for the same consultant to look at it, being that consultant knew the entire portfolio, has been monitoring since that portfolio was approved, knows the changes that have been made to the portfolio over time because of some things outside of their control, such as the MISO changing their seasonal capacities. So because of all of those reasons, Jay Kennedy has followed this and knew this, and I thought he could handle looking at the unsolicited offer in context of the entire portfolio.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so keeping it very simple, you're in defense of Kennedy here, so they don't even need
Well,
to be here.
I did solicit them.
Oh, that's right, okay. So, all right, I think everybody's clear here, so let's have a roll call vote on a yes or no on Exhibit 18. Commissioner Lewis?
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell?
Yes.
Commissioner Cusson?
Yes.
Commissioner Skrmetta?
No.
Chair votes yes. Oh, thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So 18 is in the can.
Mr. Chairman,
All right, Commissioner Campbell?
I want to ask a question. The power outages program, we were going to write a report, and you were going to give it to me by July.
Yes.
How we coming?
We have data requests out to everyone, and they've actually responded, so we're going through those data requests. I know we have a couple of follow-up, but we look to be good on getting you the report by, I think it was July 9th, if my memory serves.
And at that time, or you can send it to the rest of the
Yes, sir, as well as the Mayor Pond.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay, we're on 19.
We are going to move the report from MISO, CLECO, and Entergy on the load shed to the end, but if we could go ahead and hit the ratifications and the directives, and then we do have one constituent who would like to speak, so we would put that under this exhibit item as well. And so let's start with the discussion and possible vote to ratify the votes taken by Vice Chairman Skrmetta, acting as the Commission's representative on the Board of Directors of the Organization of MISO States. This matter is on the agenda for ratification of a vote taken on May 15th of 2025, and staff followed the protocol set forth in Special Order 17/2019 to consult the Executive Secretary and the Chair to make a recommendation prior to Commissioner Skrmetta voting. The protocols also require that the vote be ratified at a following B&E. OMS filed an answer to supplemental comments filed by 3 trade groups in FERC docket number RM20-10, which is a dormant rulemaking examining whether changes to existing FERC transmission ROE incentives should be made. OMS answers opposed the trade group's request to close the docket. On the recommendation of staff, Vice Chairman Skrmetta voted in favor of the OMS answer, and so staff recommends that the Commission ratify Vice Chairman Skrmetta's vote taken on May 15th, 2025 as the Commission's representative on the OMS Board of Directors.
Skrmetta abstains on the vote.
And Chairman recommends that we approve Skrmetta's votes on the MISO.
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Is there any objection or hearing none? I guess it'll be a 4-0 vote, I guess you'd say,
Yes,
on that issue. Okay.
So there's also a discussion and possible vote to ratify interventions of the Commission in RTO-related or other federal energy regulatory proceedings. This ratification is pursuant to the scope of work approved in connection with the retention of Stone Pigment and United Professionals, and due to the short deadlines allowed for these interventions, if advance Commission approval is not possible, the Executive Secretary can authorize the initial interventions, comments, or protests subject to ratification. Interventions were filed on behalf of the Commission in several dockets this month, and staff recommends that the Commission ratify the actions taken in FERC docket numbers ER 25-2040, 25-2132, ER 25-2134, AC 25-94, EL 25-80, ER 25-1846, ER 25-2247, ER 25-2258, and EC 2589. The majority of these were dockless interventions. There were a few protests filed as well.
Move to ratify the enumerated interventions.
Second by Chairman. In discussion or objection? Hearing none, it's passed.
So we do have 2 directives this month. Sorry, I missed a page. The first directive is a directive to initiate the after-action review of MISO's May 25th, 2025 load shed event at the request of Commissioner Lewis. And I'm assuming, Commissioner, you want me to read it into the record?
Oh, please.
I direct that an after-action review of Entergy and CLECO's outages on May 25th, 2025 be performed in accordance with the Commission's General Order Number R32786, Attachment A, Section 3. In conducting this review, staff is assisted by consultant and special counsel retained for MISO monitoring and shall review and report on the following: the causes, including the root causes of Entergy and CLECO's outages and MISO's load shed order, recommendations for remedying any of the causes identified, whether notification to and communications with the Commission and customers regarding the outages were in compliance with our general order and any other applicable orders or requirements, recommendations for improvements to communication protocols, and whether any fines, penalties, or monetary damages are warranted pursuant to Section 8 of Attachment A of General Order Number R32786 or pursuant to any other provision of law. The staff shall deliver its after-action report by August 4th of 2025, which should be placed on the agenda to be discussed at the August 2025 business and executive session.
Now, this will be handled by your staff?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
as well as assistance from Stone Pigment and UPC as the MISO monitoring team.
So is that part of their agreement already?
Yes, sir.
We're paying them already? So it's just part of their job, it's just the staff, okay. I'll make a motion,
No motion required.
We don't need a motion.
No motion, just assuming there's no
Is there any
opposition.
objection from anybody to this directive? Hearing none, it's so ordered, Tara.
Okay, one more directive, it's just a directive to staff on the upcoming hurricane season at the request of Vice Chairman Skrmetta. As most of you, I'm assuming you want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
Okay. As most of you are aware, the state is experiencing an economic transformation that doesn't seem to be slowing down. This transformation in part is due to our state's willingness to adapt when needed to ensure Louisiana keeps winning. The Commission has also been known to adapt when needed to ensure Louisiana residents have access to reliable, affordable electricity, and that when disasters strike, our utilities have the ability to safely and quickly restore electricity to Louisiana. Louisiana was one of the first states to utilize low-cost securitization financing after Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. Following the damaging storms of 2020 and 2021, this commission recognized the benefits of securitizing quickly in order to mitigate cost impacts to ratepayers, saving Louisiana residents more than $1.5 billion. To that end, in anticipation of this year's hurricane season, I direct staff to work diligently with any utility who files an application seeking securitization of storm costs in order to ensure that our utilities have the capital available not only to restore power quickly and safely and pay restoration contractors, but also to avoid interference with ongoing investments to support transformation economic development opportunities coming to Louisiana. Any utility seeking securitization for storm costs this year shall file a proposed financing order with its application, and staff shall use best efforts to have that financing order to the Commission for consideration at the next available B&E after the application is filed. Any financing order issued by the Commission does not preclude staff's continuation of a full prudence review of any storm costs and final recommendation to the Commission, including the potential to order refunds of any imprudent expenditures. Staff is also directed to issue an RFP seeking assistance in the preliminary review of the storm cost, as well as assist in the execution of the financing order. Any consultant hired shall have the opportunity to submit a proposed budget for the full prudence review after any financing order has been approved by the Commission.
Do we don't already have that
We do
don't have
not.
that in place? Okay. Commissioner Lewis had some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I have a representative from Entergy and?
Excuse me, we have somebody already sitting here. Do we take?
We can do, yeah.
Yeah, no,
Do we want to do that?
That's fine.
Is she?
Miss,
Public testimony, I mean.
What is this testimony's relative to?
So it's Miss Cynthia Robertson, and she's representing herself, and she just wanted to make public comment about Entergy, so.
Oh, in general?
It's
Okay,
kind of
go ahead,
common.
ma'am. I mean, if you want to do this.
Go ahead, man.
Ma'am,
You have to
press the button.
press the button on the microphone and
then-
move it a little
there you go.
closer to
There
you.
you go.
Okay. Sorry.
Give us your
No,
name and
that's
all.
okay.
Cynthia Robertson,
Cynthia Robertson.
yes.
Where are you from, Cynthia?
Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge, okay.
Yes.
All right.
I'm here to talk about the energy bills.
Okay.
I still don't have a grasp on exactly how they do what they do, but I can let you know that I'm here for many citizens of the city and possibly the state. I have a lot of questions on how do they come up with their energy charges. That's a big hello surprise every month. I'm on a fixed income. I do not make probably $30,000 a year.
Okay.
So when I get these exorbitant bills, like I got this month of $583, it's like, am I gonna pay my mortgage or am I gonna pay my electric?
Yeah.
Now, I also know that they're gonna be like, we'll cut down on your energy use. It's not possible. I mean, granted, I do have, some energy that I use, but I'm not gonna live uncomfortable in my home just because, they wanna charge me $281 for a service charge to bring the energy into my house. Now, I'm gonna flip on the other side of that. I am gonna be comparing apples and oranges. DEMCO, on the other hand, is very transparent. DEMCO will give you a grid access charge as where, Entergy will give you a customer charge. Entergy will give you an energy charge as to where DEMCO gives you a delivery charge. The delivery charge, I'm only gonna speculate, is about half of the fuel charge. As to where Entergy is way more than the fuel charge. I don't know specific calculations. I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm not here to figure it out. I'm saying we have to get a handle on this. For example, yes, my kilowatt usage was over 3,000 kilowatts. I probably have a problem going on in my house somewhere that I need to address, but again, I'm on a fixed income, so therefore I can't do that. I can't afford an electrician to come in and do this. Number two, my fuel adjustment charge was only like $170. That's my electric. I understand that's what they're paying for it, so said, that's what they have to be compensated for, but then they're gonna rate me on the energy charge of $281 with all the other, and then I get a surprise, hello, now we have a municipal franchise fee, which I understand. They couldn't get the taxes passed through the vote, so now they're gonna add it to us unincorporated people in Baton Rouge to a tune of 5%. So I'm very upset, especially being on fixed income and Entergy not giving us consistency. I don't know how to plan my budget because
I don't know if my energy charge is gonna be 120, or if it's gonna be 50, or if it's gonna be 400. This is ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Like I say, Demco, very transparent. Very transparent. You know, I don't have my daughter's bills with me, but you know, you get your wholesale power charge is what it's called, as to where Entergy's is a fuel adjustment charge. That's what we actually pay for our kilowattage. But like I say, Entergy, I mean, they need to get a grip, seriously. And the research that I have done, and I'm not pointing any fingers, and I'm talking United States wide, I'm not talking Louisiana, but unfortunately Louisiana is included in the United States. The executives of these utility companies have accessed $367 million for their base salaries, incentives, non-incentives, commissions. I'm sure, you know, a lot of that's going into their stock options and insurance and so forth and so on. We have to live. We have to eat. And they're sitting in the office. It don't matter to them. We want our money. I can't help it. My personal opinion, and looking from the outside in, you've overextended yourself. What happens when you overextend yourself being just a regular person? You know, we have to redo things to make it feasible and for everybody to get paid. I understand that. Right now, and I'm not putting my business out there, but I'm putting I haven't even made my house note this month. And I have an almost $600 bill. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. I even went, and this wasn't part of my mind and my plan, I even went, when I had a problem last year with this, I didn't know where to go. And somebody had told me about y'all. And I'm like, thank God, maybe I'll get some answers. Maybe I'll get somebody to listen to me. I went down there on North Street, right there by the courthouse. And I went in and I said, well, surely they have a customer service center, speaking of which you don't have one office here that you can walk in and sit with somebody and talk to them. Can you explain my bill, please? I'm analytical. I have to see it. Okay? I can't have somebody on the phone because I'm dyslexic. I go in there and I wait, and I finally see a lady come in, and I ask her, I said, can I please have somebody come talk to me about my bill? Well, you just can't be here. This is the president's office at the time. I don't know if she was lying to me or not. And I'm thinking, well, what does that mean to me? I'm a customer. I mean, I need attention. Yes, it's about me. I wait down there for almost an hour, hour and a half, because I am very patient, especially when I have time. Nobody even came to tell me, oh, I'm sorry, we can't help you, or kiss my ass, or anything. They just forgot about me. That's rude. And I know it's a corporation, but still, you need to have some compassion. I am proposing, and I know that it's probably not going to go very far, that if they want to continue with their outrageous energy charges, those of us that are below poverty, which I admit I am, I'm not proud of it, but I am, or those of us that are mediocrely making it, to put us on a sliding scale based on our salary. I'm disabled. I can't work. So that's really all I have to say. You know, it must be nice to be able to make your $10.8 or $12 million a year. Shit, I could live on that for the rest of my life. For them to make it for 1 year. 1 year. That's absurd. Anyway, I don't know what else to say. I'm just hoping that y'all will listen to me and somebody give us help.
Well, we're the Public Service Commission, and you're the public, okay? You speak for a lot of folks that we talk to every day that have some of the same problems and disagreements. And Commissioner Lewis is your commissioner.
Yes, sir. Hi.
And I would be concerned about, you should be able to get someone to explain your bill to you from the public utility. So, Mr. Lewis, you take it over here.
Yes. May I say one more thing? I did finally get it last year. Last year I actually had to go for LAHEAP.
That what?
LAHEAP. to get federal assistance, okay? I try to leave that there for people who, as I say, really need it, but I really needed it because last year, one, I'm a mobile notary, not that that means anything, but I only make about maybe $800 more a month, just kind of offset. Could I put myself out there more? Yes, but with my disability, I'm in parameters because I can't be sick because then I can't afford to pay my medical bills. Anyhow, I got all the help there. I called and I finally got a hold to another lady with energy. And basically I was told that I'm being selfish over this energy charge. That doesn't sit well with me. You are sitting up here making probably 3 or 4 times what I make. And you're telling me I'm being selfish because I'm complaining about $281 on an energy charge? No, I don't think I'm being selfish at all. I want to know why. Especially with DEMCO only charging half of what your kilowatt usage is for the fuel charge. It makes no sense to me.
You know, absolutely. And I want to thank you. I know we've had ample conversations with my staff and you, and I did encourage you to come here and tell your story because I thought it was extremely important that we put in context at the work that we do. And I want to give you the commitment I gave to you last week on the phone.
Thank you.
That my office will continue working with Entergy to find solutions for you. I have been a giant proponent of LAHEAP and requesting more dollars for Louisiana, so we're not picking. I mean, I don't know if you know, only 60,000 Louisianians are on LAHEAP, but about 600,000 qualify. So it's very important, and I've been talking with our congressional delegation just about weekly on this, and I know we're going to do some work on doing an energy efficiency audit and helping you fix your roof. And so I want to thank you once again for calling my office and talking with me, but also I want to give you my commitment of what I told you last week, that I'm not going to rest until we get you some relief, and we'll continue the work to ensure that we help you, because this is what we're here to do.
Thank you.
Larry, you want to come up here and defend yourself? This is one of the top executives of Entergy, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm just trying to be real, that's all.
We appreciate it. Larry Hand on behalf of Entergy Louisiana. First off, we always want a customer to be able to understand the bill, acknowledge that ours are not always clear. Ours are structured very differently than a co-op like DEMCO. You said you may have used about 3,000 kilowatt hours.
Yes.
A DEMCO customer this month, using that same level, would be about $5 cheaper on the total bill than Entergy. So they're comparable, but when you look at the energy charge, they're different. They're structured very differently. One of my managers is in the back. He's going to get your information. We'll have someone reach out to you to make sure we can walk you through the bill to understand the energy charge, how it works with our fuel charge.
Larry, a little closer.
Yes, they're just structured very differently than a cooperative that you may see. And in terms of, there are other programs we can discuss with you. I'm not going to discuss it here, but programs available that may help with the fluctuating bills for you and other customers are available. And in terms of LAHEAP, I think Commissioner Lewis would echo that there's probably not a bigger advocate for LAHEAP funding, maybe other than Commissioner Lewis and Entergy. We fight every year at the Capitol to get more money. We can never get enough, and we'll keep fighting for that. So if we can continue to do that, make it more available for folks, we will definitely do that. So apologies for the issues you've had, but we're going to get your name and information and make sure someone with the information you need can walk you through the bill.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and Larry, we'll get the case file that we have in the office and the conversations that we've had with the District 3 staffers, and we've been working on this for the last 2 weeks, but I think we'll continue to coordinate and we'll make sure we bring you, Ms. Cynthia, some relief, and I echo Larry's comments about LAHEAP. I think this is an extremely important time. As we know, the program currently right now in the proposed budget at the federal government has been zeroed out. And so I think it is imperative not only of this commission, but all of us here in this room to let our congressional delegation know how important LAHEAP is to the state of Louisiana. This is a program that has been in existence for years. We have unfortunately got the end of the stick in Louisiana based off of the funding formula. But I can't stress enough that this is why this cooperation, and I believe something that we should do, Mr. Han, is talk with Louisiana Housing Corporation, because I know there are some challenges with your roof, and we may need to
Yeah.
find you some weatherization
And
dollars.
that's a whole other subject.
We need to find you some weatherization dollars, because I think that's where you're seeing your high consumption. So we'll continue to work with you, Ms. Cynthia, as we did. Tori is sending me messages now, so I know she's talked to you quite a bit, and so
Yeah, she
we'll
has.
continue working with you.
And this doesn't have any relation to Entergy, but the conversation that you and I had about the issue with the solar company and then my house and so forth and so on. They sent me an updated contract, and can I tell you, it's basically like, let's put Cindy to the wall and see how hard we can give her the what for.
We'll continue, let's,
Yeah, yeah.
call
we're
me
gonna
again and we'll
talk
talk
how
about
we'll do
that.
Commissioner Campbell?
I'm sorry, I don't mean any offense.
Yes, sir.
I think Mr. Campbell had something, ma'am.
No, do you,
Yes, sir.
how do you make most of your electricity? Natural gas?
We're probably about
80%?
25 to 27% nuclear, probably 55 plus of natural gas we buy from the MISO market as well. A tiny bit of coal and solar as well, and some hydro.
This is a good question for all the people representing the companies. With the price of natural gas going down, not up, I could understand when it was going up. Why aren't consumers benefiting from that?
I think
The bills ought to be going down.
It's probably different for every utility because the fuel mix is different. So, for example, for Entergy, I gave you a general number of 27% nuclear. Our Waterford 3 plant, one of our nuclear plants, was in a planned outage. We also replaced some major equipment during that outage, so it was offline for roughly 40, 45 days or so. And that means we took a resource out of our fuel bill that generates fuel, electricity at about, the fuel part is about $10, $9 a megawatt hour. So you take that out of the mix, that's a very large loss of a low-cost fuel resource, and we replace it with market purchases. Gas today, I checked earlier, it's about $3.95 in MMBTU. Historically, that's relatively low, but it's not as low as we were 2 years ago. If you look at a 52-week period, gas price was as low as $1.80, and now it's at $4.90. So
How much is it?
I'm sorry, $3.95 today.
You said $4.90.
Pardon my error, $3.95 today. So it is a little bit higher than it had been in the last year or so, but not as high as it was if you think back to 2007 before the shale, revolution, when it was $8, $10, $12, $14. We're not there, thank God, but it is $3.95 currently.
Well, it's a puzzle. It's always puzzled me, but anyway, we watch the price of natural gas. Everybody does. Everybody that buys electricity turns the switch on. It's hard for them to understand how, when natural gas is low, you say it's, what would you say this morning, $3.90?
$3.95 this morning.
That's low compared to what we've seen
Correct.
$8, $9.
Yeah, and one of the things we've been doing, and I think we're going to see more of it as we deploy new, obviously solar and wind are great if you can get them because the fuel is free, but we just don't have the wind, speeds here to support it. But as we develop new generation, and we saw this, y'all saw it a couple of years ago with Magnolia. The newer vintage of gas combustion turbines, combined cycle units, are even more efficient than the last generation. Even Lake Charles, St. Charles, they're more efficient than those. So as those efficiencies improve, you're able to generate more megawatts with less gas, and that helps drive down and leverage the efficiency off those gas prices to keep the power price as low as possible.
It's just hard to understand. It should correlate one to another, it looks like to me. If natural gas prices, you're making a product out of natural gas, and natural gas goes down, your energy costs should go down.
And I think if you were to look, and I have a chart I can share with you next time we meet, if you look at the the LMP price from MISO, it correlates very closely to natural gas prices. So as gas goes up and down, the MISO LMPs will go up and down. But remember, the MISO LMP is only one component of the electric bill we present to customers. It goes into the fuel. We also have the fixed cost of the nuclear plants, the gas plants, the wires, those fixed costs. We have a very small customer charge on the Entergy bill. I think it's $12. That's kind of a fixed charge. The rest of the fixed cost of the business, we recover not through the fuel, but through what is called an energy charge. And I think that's what the lady's referring to. The energy charge is part of the bill that we present that collects the fixed costs. So it's not the electricity, it's the machines that generate it that are encompassed in that energy charge.
What did you say, that was cheap, $12? What was that you talked about?
I was referring to gas prices back in 2007, before the shale revolution. You're asking about the $12 customer charge.
What are
Yes.
the other people charging?
We're probably still amongst the lowest in the state. I don't have all the numbers, but a lot of the co-ops have higher ones. I can't speak for Clico or SWEPCO, but I think we're still one of the lower customer charges in the state.
No.
Mr. Kusan.
Well, my comment is about something separate than these gentlemen, so I'll just let them proceed.
Okay.
Mark Kleehammer with Clico. I know I wasn't invited. I had it at my fingertips.
You're invited and happy.
I got a piece of paper that might be helpful. June of 23, Henry Hub was $2.18. It was $2.51 last year. So the $4 is a fairly significant increase. And then I think we've seen over the last month or so the market heat rate down here expand pretty significantly. So at Clico, we are trying to get the message out to our customers that, we're getting into the summer higher bill season, and we're pushing and identifying as much information as we can to customers on energy efficiency and energy saving tips.
So your bills are cheaper than energy?
No, I think they're a couple bucks more. I'm not meaning to laugh about that. They're not cheaper. I'm saying we know the bills are going up this summer because of gas prices, and so we're trying to get that message out to customers.
You don't mind talking about your old boss? Mr. May back there?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to give more information more context to gas prices and market heat rates.
Give me the real context of finding out from last year to this year, how much more volume of LNG exports have taken place in volume, and how much more they're anticipating increases in LNG exports, and how you might think your guys in your wizards in your economics department think how that might affect gas prices next year. Great, thanks.
And Commissioner Campbell, I want to correct my misstatement. Our customer charge is $10 a month, not 12. I apologize.
Okay.
And it's, look, I pulled the chart up just to look at it, Commissioner Campbell. I think the lowest customer charge I saw is about $7.50 and the highest is about $18. So they're on the low end of that basic charge.
Who was the lowest?
I think it's SWEPCO's at $7.43. I was looking through them real quick, but I think that's the lowest.
Wait a minute. Y'all hear this, you hear this cliche occasionally, drill, baby, drill. If we drill more gas, that'll help lower the price, won't it?
Yep.
All right, okay. Well,
You got room on your place for another well?
send a note to New York, tell them let's drill some more gas, okay?
Thank you.
You can get another well going.
So we are on the directive to staff on the upcoming hurricane season at the request of Vice Chairman Scrametta.
And that's fine. I have a quick question
I'm sorry.
just about procedure, because we were basically in public comment just now, but we don't have public comment on our agenda. Has that always not been on the agenda, or is it sometimes on it, sometimes not, based upon the issues that we're facing? And so,
They usually show
Correct.
up
So
during that period.
Yeah, so the way we've typically handled it, in light of the change in open meetings law, is we allow comment on any docketed item. So there's no specific generic period. I think where we have allowed that is when we've been in out of town, where you have more general public that'll show up that's typically at this meeting. But I think that's typically the way that we handle it. If someone has a non-docketed item they want to speak on, we just take it up under reports, resolutions, that generic section. It just doesn't.
Discussions.
Discussions, right. It doesn't say public comment, but that's where we've typically handled it.
Can we add the words public comment?
Sure.
It make me
I don't have any issues
feel
with
a lot
that.
better. Just so that we know,
Yeah.
you know, and that someone who's just showing up will know that they have an opportunity to speak. We
Yes.
know that they can speak at any time on any topic, but without saying it, the public may not know.
Sure, no, not a problem. And I know I've looked at like some police jury meetings. I know they'll take comment on all docketed items at the very beginning and then vote later. So, but in this scenario where it's not an item, I don't see any issues with us adding that to the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lewis has questions.
Commissioner Lewis?
Thank you. Didn't remember where I was. And Elaine, can you come up as well? I may have some questions for you in a second. Thank you, Mr. Hand. Reading this directive, it brought me back to our conversation about 2 months ago. And then I know in March you filed the credit support framework. Can you briefly just explain what that was and how that relates slightly to this directive, or if there's any connection to this directive?
Absolutely. And I think it's March 31st, we did file an application. I can't remember the title of it. But basically it was requesting the commission to establish a framework within which it would consider any future storm securitization request Entergy may make. And I'm hoping and praying we don't have storms, but I'm also planning for, if we do have them, how do we respond as a utility? And so that application was asking the commission to establish a framework within which its staff would attempt to process a future storm securitization request, so we all know ahead of that kind of what the commission's expectations were. I believe and she is here, she can speak for herself much better than I can, but Ms. Bowman's had concerns with procedurally how that was postured, that it would, if granted, it would kind of set us a special process for Entergy, and her thought was that this type of thing should apply to any utility who may seek securitization. And so she thought a directive broadly applying to everybody would do the trick, and of course, the directive would moot the request that we had filed back on March 31st. If the directive is granted, it would give us kind of the clarity we need. And I want to address why we think that's important. Obviously, we want to plan for the future. This commission has been very supportive historically back to Hurricane Katrina, and as we all know, we're coming up on the 20th anniversary of that. This commission established securitization. We worked with the commission to establish the securitization laws that have allowed us to deal with those extraordinary storm costs in a low-cost manner to benefit our customers. Entergy has also leveraged alternative securitization to drive additional benefits for customers. Those have been very successful. What has been the challenge is the time it takes between the outlay of funds after a storm and being able to get the securitization funds in the door, because the prudence review would take place, and that took time, getting the invoices, then the bond underwriters, the bond commission, and before you know it, it's 2 years, some cases later, before we got it. We've gotten better. I think this proposal will allow us to get even better, which saves customers money. The quicker you can securitize, the quicker you lock in that lower bond rate, which is lower than the utility cost of capital. And why this became acutely important to us, as you know, as the commission knows, we are embarking on a number of very capital-intensive programs to benefit our customers. One of those is the resilience program approved by the commission. We have a number of transmission projects underway, which we'll probably talk a little bit about later on the MISO load shed docket. We also have a number of generators kind of being planned, distribution spending. So all these capital projects that we think are needed, and I think, obviously the commission is the one to approve them as being in the public interest, but the last thing we want to have happen is to have to make a hard choice that there's only a finite amount of capital that we can access at a time, and we don't want to have to make a choice of, do we stop developing spending on the programs the commission has previously approved to do storm restoration? We don't want to have to make that choice, and so this would be a mechanism by which we can get the securitization done faster, preserve the commission's full prudence review, and not have to pause any of the previously approved commission programs, whether it's resilience or other things. And a lot of those investments, some yet to be approved by the commission, are needed to support economic development in the state. So we don't want to jeopardize that opportunity for the state if we need to pause those to restore following the storm, because unfortunately, when we have to rely on off-system crews for storms, it becomes very expensive very fast. We try to do it with, first, our own crews to the extent we can, our own contractors. We rely on mutual aid partners. But then when you go to kind of independent contractors, if you will, from around the country, the costs stagger, get pretty big pretty quick. I rambled quite a bit, so I don't know if I answered your question.
No, thank you.
Ramble is a good word.
Yeah.
Didn't we just come out and just give a resolution to a directive?
I did, yes, sir.
And do all, what they just talked about?
Yes, sir, and that Commissioner Lewis has questions on the directive.
Okay.
Yes,
good.
sir, yep.
All right.
Larry,
I wasn't sure if I.
just to make sure I'm kind of following along, and thank you. The ramble was good. I followed along. I took notes. Thank you. But there's been, just so I'm clear, there's been no kind of guidance or hinting of a credit downgrade because of storm recovery. I mean, I know in 2020, 2021, because of the accumulated storm debt, Entergy was downgraded, but the credit subsequently was restored. And all my conversations with credit agencies and looking at their financial forecasting reports have only really talked about significant risk in Louisiana on wildfire management. And so while I appreciate kind of that perspective, I'm just trying to make sure that when we were making changes, which I am not necessarily against this, I feel like this should be more of a rulemaking, so we have more interested parties to comment and talk about this, rather than a directive to staff, just because I think this is a conversation that is happening across the country. We talked about it with our colleagues in CRUC around storm recovery. There are challenges and changes that other states like Florida is making or not, and I think that's real important information to us to evaluate. But I wanted to be clear that there's not necessarily a real risk from a credit standpoint that has been demonstrated yet. It's perceived potentially, but no one has mentioned our storm recovery process as a potential downgrade for Entergy or any utility, to your knowledge.
I would respectfully not fully agree with the statement, so I'll kind of answer it this way. I do believe a number of the credit rating agencies have cited the Louisiana Commission's general support, historic support for storm recovery as being credit positive, credit supportive. But they've also remarked at the time it takes to securitize from storm to that. And I think one of the more, and subject to check, one of the more recent Moody's reports does talk about a risk associated with the very significant capital expenditures we are currently making and planning to make subject to commission approval. And I think when you read all that together, to me, there is a risk of significant storm occurring, and that all that capital, something would have to give, either securitize faster or stop spending on some of the other stuff.
No, and I appreciate that, and I don't mean to be, this to come off wrong, but I'm going to ask a question the way I think my constituents ask it, and say, so why should we therefore expedite hurricane recovery so we don't jeopardize Meta, right? Let's say that. I mean, so I want to understand how we told that, because I think constituents have asked these questions about, all righty, all these other investments, how does this benefit me? And then now, if they're watching or listening, we're going to say, okay, wait, so we're now going to expedite, before a prudence review, recovering storm dollars so we don't jeopardize Meta. What should we tell them?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, I would say that the reason to do this, what we're asking, is that it lowers the ultimate cost for customers, because we are kind of avoiding carrying cost on the storm expenses at the utilities weighted average cost of capital, which is, call it 8.4%, and trading that out for a bond rate. I'm not an expert in the bond markets, maybe Mr. Sissing is, but the last securitizations we did was 4.2% and 5.1%. So that delta is the reason to do it quickly, is you save that money for customers and reduce the carrying cost. the credit and the credit supportive piece is a real thing, and it's not, to be clear, this is not just the stuff we're doing, the generation as part of the North Louisiana package of stuff associated with Meta. This is everything. This is day-to-day, baseline reliability projects on the distribution system. It's resilience. All of these are customer-facing, customer-focused. So I think the ability to execute on those, the fact of the matter is, when this commission makes the determination that a project is in the public interest, by definition, it's beneficial for customers, and I think we want to make sure we can execute on that without jeopardizing having to choose one project or another.
Thank you. Mr. Sissing, can you, I know you've done a lot of this work before and double checking the money that is spent during storm recoveries. Do you believe a shortened timeline could jeopardize the integrity or thoughtfulness of any analysis that you potentially could do? I know you're not hired, so I don't want to make you prejudge anything, but since your previous experience.
Yeah, Lane Sissing, United Professionals Company, consultant to the LPSC on numerous matters. I will say that we've actually, I didn't know anything about this, so all I saw was Directive, so I'm hearing all this for the first time. But as I'm processing what I'm hearing, I can tell you that in past cases, we have, like when Ida came, and it came right on the heels of another one, we have had allowed an amount of money to be spent that was subject to a prudence with a clawback. So we've already had experiences where we've issued the securitized bonds before we've been able to actually get in and look at the assets. And we had a mechanism built in that would true it all back up. If they spent less, they would get, that it would come back into ratepayers. So I think it can be done, but I'm not exactly clear on the scope of this.
And my question was more just kind of generic in your knowledge. Has there been any significant disallowances in a review of the prior storm cost recovery requests? Or a better way, I should say that, when we did take 10 to 12 months, did it in fact uncover any problems that needed resolving before the approval or financing of an order?
I think the important word you said there was significant. We have definitely found issues where we've had disagreement and we've worked to a resolution. Regular time payroll comes to mind and how you pull that out because you don't want double recovery. There have been other issues, but I don't think any of them have been significant, and we've always, anything that we have identified, the utilities have worked with us, and if it shouldn't go in, it didn't go in.
And if I'm correct, what is it? The disallowance has been around 5% on average? Is my recollection correct on that?
I would say 1 to 5% depending on the storm. And I think more recently, it's probably trending to the lower percent because as we've cleaned up our processes when an issue is discovered in a prior storm, we make sure, for example, one of the things we routinely remove is consistent with the commission's rate policy is certain executive compensation, MO 1 through 4. We make sure we take all that out. In earlier storms, some might have not been scrubbed appropriately, so we've gotten better about cleaning it up before we present it. And I think because of that, the amount, the percentage of costs that are proposed for disallowance, it has gone down, but I would say generally less than 5%.
Okay, and last question for you, Mr. Hand. I know in the Hurricane Francine recovery, we did not utilize majority of the emergency storm recovery rider. How would this play? I mean, if we're expediting for securitization, are you still looking at that storm reserve, or do you see it differently?
So I think how we would use that storm reserve would depend on the future storm. Because of the way we financed the Hurricane Francine cost, we still have about, subject to check, $225 million in the storm escrow that was previously securitized. So that would be a tool to use in the future storm. I do see that, let's say we have a major storm and we use this process to securitize. And it would have to be, as Mr. Sissing said, similar to the $1 billion that we did as part of Ida. We securitized that before the commission completed its prudence review, saved customers, because of the timing, saved customers many, I think tens of millions of dollars because we got that bond rate sooner. To the extent we did this again and the commission found, as an example, $50 million to have been imprudently incurred, we would have to refund that back. And the way securitization works, the finance storm charge is irrevocable once it's approved, so we can't change that. But we would work with the commission to figure out, all right, $50 million, we have to give it back in this scenario because it was imprudently incurred. We would either add that to the storm escrow, and our shareholders in that disallowance world would put $50 million into the escrow to be there for future storms, or if it's the commission's preference, we could credit it back maybe through the storm cost offset rider and have it go back over a period of time. So we'll have to figure out exactly how to manage that, but we definitely have an example of how we've done it in the past and maybe how we can do it again.
Thank you. And Ms. Bowman, real quickly, for you, I know the directive discusses conducting an RFP for consultants to assist the preliminary review. Can you walk me through how we would do that? Is that process, we're just going to put out a blanket RFP for storm recovery just to be prepared, or is it by storm?
So I would put out a blanket RFP for an initial review of any securitization application that we receive, so we can have a consultant to help us look through that. But it wouldn't be storm specific. It would just be kind of, we have them on call in case a storm happens and in case a utility comes in and files a securitization application.
And what would the timeline of that RFP?
If you guys,
if we approve,
if you guys approve this, I can issue in the next couple of week or so and have it on August B&E. It was my plan, because obviously we're into the throes of hurricane season.
No, thank you, all of you, and I want to be very clear. I am not opposed to this process or this change. I think where I come from is I would like an open docket looking at practices and modern ways to be effective. I think a rulemaking that we can have, meaningful investigation, stakeholder feedback, and any of our processes being evaluated for potential changes to benefit all long-term, to me, seems the better route. I think Mr. Sissing eased my concerns that we've already made adjustments throughout the course of history if something came up. And I do think this is a very important topic. I just believe that we should do this in a rulemaking. So while I am opposing this directive, I'm not opposing the conversation and the discussion. I just think there's a better avenue to really get to the solution that we're talking about, Mr. Hand. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
I appreciate that, Commissioner, and I fully agree. Long-term rulemaking is the right solution here. But I wanted to, we can't start a rulemaking as a utility. We could file the application we filed because it was the only, control we had. I have no issue with having this be in rulemaking for long-term needs, but I also felt a responsibility to bring it to the commission so that we have something in place for this storm season. I don't want to plan for storms after they happen. I want to plan before, and that's what this is. If approved, this directive would only apply, as I heard it, to this storm season. And so maybe that is a bridge until we get a rulemaking in place, before next storm season. So, thank you.
No, I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
All right.
Directive been made.
What's that?
We have a directive and any opposition?
Any opposition to Commissioner Scameta's directive?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll object.
Okay.
Request roll call vote.
A roll call vote. The chair votes positive for the support of Scameta's idea. How about you, Commissioner Campbell? You for or against Scameta's directive?
I'm against it.
You're against it, okay. So, Commissioner Kutal, how do you vote, yes or no?
I vote yes.
All right, it's 3-2. So we're approved Commissioner Scameta's directive. All right.
For the record, I'm a yes.
Okay, that's right. Sorry about it.
That's okay.
Okay, and Commissioner Kutal got it.
Okay, are we still in, if we're still in the directive part?
We still have one more.
Oh, we still have one more that's written up?
No, we're done with Exhibit 19.
Actually, we have the one,
Well, that's Exhibit 22.
I had it under I had it as a second directive on my sheet. So anyway, okay, go ahead.
That's fine.
He just wants to do another directive.
I'll do it after his final
No, that's
directive.
okay, I don't care.
The final
I think that
directive.
one's on the separate agenda.
That's a separate agenda item. So if you have a directive.
Okay,
at the moment-
so relative to the actions taken by the legislature, there were several, as you mentioned, different resolutions, some of which requested to form task forces. So as a procedural matter, I would just like to have a directive that we comply with the legislative requests to appoint someone to those task forces where it's applicable.
Yeah, and that's, as we discussed, I think some specifically name me as the executive secretary, well, not my name, but executive secretary, some say the chairman or his designee, so we will handle those appropriately and duly noted.
Okay,
And
so
that-
do
and
we
the
need to
chairman
take,
and I have
do we
already
need to
started-
take action? Because some of these things may meet before we meet again in August.
The chairman and I have already started that discussion, so I think if he, you know.
Well, so just to make a public statement, I think we're gonna let the secretary be the horse for us.
So
do we need to do we need to
yeah,
vote
if
on
he-
that?
if he
Sounds like we
nominated
don't,
me as
but.
his representative, I'll handle it that way.
We don't have to vote.
Well, okay.
It doesn't need to be a
Let me
vote.
ask, is there any objection to that? No. Hearing none, it's done, so you're in.
Okay, so we're
Thank
ready
you.
to go then.
Thank you, Chairman, and Commissioner Scrimmetta. It's not quite as obvious for the new ones
Oh,
that
no,
are on
it's
the
fine.
commission, so appreciate your comments.
Whatever.
Okay, what's next?
So Exhibit 20 is next, it's docket number U36972. This is Philip 66 Company versus Entergy Louisiana's complaint and petition to determine and discontinue overcharges from Entergy and request for refund. It's an update on the docket from staff. This is at the request of Commissioner Kusan. This matter is on the agenda at the request of Philip 66, but since this matter is still pending before our Administrative Hearings Division, staff will provide an update on where the docket stands, but we're asking the parties not to speak today.
Number 20.
We're asking what?
So we're gonna get an update from staff on where the agenda is, and that will be Mr. Rochelle.
So it's just a status report?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Paul Rochelle on behalf of staff.
Okay. Oh.
As she said, I can't speak to the details of the docket. There's been extensive discovery going on for the past year and a half. We were going to have a hearing in May, but we continued it because the parties needed more time for discovery. But we had a status conference yesterday and scheduled tentative hearing dates for the end of October, pending availability for council. And as staff has no position, we're still reviewing discovery, and that's where we stand right now.
So this is squarely within the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission?
Yes, Commissioner, we did have a hearing on exceptions way back in December of 2023 on that, and the ALJ ruled in our favor, so it is within our jurisdiction.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Any other questions?
Where?
Any?
Could you tell me are there lawyers enrolled for Phillips 66?
It's Randy Young on behalf of Phillips 66 and Rayleigh Alford on behalf of Entergy.
And when you read that we don't want parties to speak here today, does that include the lawyers?
That would be my preference. I guess I prefer not to go into the substance of the complaint itself because it is still pending before our ALJ. If you want, I guess, to ask them procedural
Well,
questions.
let me ask you this. When the issue at hand, when did the issue begin? What year, what month? How long has this been pending?
It's been going since the spring of 2023.
The spring of 2023? You mean in the...
That's when the complaint was first filed.
The facts of the case.
Oh,
when did they
after
start?
Hurricane Ida.
Okay, which was when?
2021.
2021? So this is a 4-year-old issue?
Yes, Commissioner.
How long do issues normally take to make their way through the process with the Public Service Commission?
Good morning, Lauren Evans on behalf of staff. It really just depends on the facts of each of the cases. I mean, we don't have a specific timeline in place. We do work to encourage the parties, especially in a complaint docket, to work together to try and do them as expeditiously as possible, but there isn't a set timeline, especially when it's a complaint like this and it's two other parties and the commission, you know, as Mr. Rochelle said, like, we haven't taken a position yet in this docket. We're just kind of trying to gather the information, and so it's kind of in the hands of the parties.
Mm-hmm. So it's not in the hands on the substance of the ALJ just yet, which is the scheduling order that just took place yesterday?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, it seems like a mighty long time for something to work itself out.
So as Mr. Rochelle said, it's my appreciation that after the ALJ ruled that this was in fact under our jurisdiction, discovery started. There has been a lot of discovery back and forth amongst the parties, and I believe some disagreements as to what should and should not be responded to. So I believe that is what is taking longer than normal, is working through those discovery issues.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bowman, can I clarify, just make sure I'm understanding? It's been because I've been trying to follow the case along and I've gotten confused myself a little bit. So it has been objections to questions in discovery that has, or Paul, that may be a better question for you, that have kind of delayed the timeline of working through the objections of discovery questions and whether or not there should be admissible in the hearing or required. Is that?
Yes, Commissioner, there's been requests, the judges had to rule on these motions to compel and all that. So we've had to wait, and then the other parties have a chance to respond. So that's been the holdup, really.
So it's just been a back and forth between the two parties, really, why
Yes.
the procedural schedule hasn't moved forward?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's it.
Okay, is that it? Okay, what's next?
So exhibit number 21 is docket number U37586. This is Concordia Electric's application for an increase in rates, including interim rates, tariff modifications, and the establishment of an emergency reserve fund. It's a discussion and possible vote on the interim rate increase and emergency reserve fund pursuant to Rule 57 at the request of Chairman Francis. On May 16th of 2025, Concordia filed its application, which included a request for interim rates and the establishment of the emergency reserve fund. In its current application, Concordia indicates it has not produced sufficient revenue to meet its minimum debt coverage with lenders and was unable to cover its cost without becoming dependent on short-term lines of credit. Concordia is requesting to implement 60% of the overall requested rate increase, or approximately $1.8 million, as an interim base rate increase, as well as the immediate implementation of the emergency reserve fund rider. Concordia's emergency fund rider would be for 1.1 million reserve funds collected over 3 years. Staff recommends that the Commission exercise its original and primary jurisdiction under Rule 57 to consider the request. And while staff makes no formal recommendation regarding the request, staff does note that pursuant to applicable law, any interim increase should be subject to refund and the applicable bonding requirements. If Concordia's request is approved, staff recommends that Concordia should file proof of the applicable bond requirements with the Commission, be required to file an updated tariff indicating the interim rate and the emergency reserve fund rider, its terms with the Utilities Division within 30 days, and Concordia cannot begin charging the interim rate until proof of the applicable bond requirements and an updated tariff have been provided to and approved by staff.
Concordia Electric's in Jonesville, Louisiana, and
It's a Rule 57,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
So
you have to move to
Bring it
Rule
up to-
57.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'll second the 57. Okay,
They run a nice co-op down there. They manage it well. They take care of their people. $2.21 a month. I'm for it.
So
Okay,
is that a
so-
motion?
so
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Calvo makes a
Staff
motion to
recommendation.
approve it, and the chairman's second. Is there any discussion or opposition? I see on here they got a council, Russell Purvis and Glenn Edwards. Is that the Glenn Edwards with, that works with SWEPCO?
It is. He's assisting Mr. Purvis in this docket.
What's that?
He's assisting Mr. Purvis with
Okay,
the docket.
good, that's what I just understood. Okay, well, it's, looks like 21 is passed.
Exhibit 22 is a directive to staff to open a rulemaking to review the Commission's rules on common carrier pipelines, and this is at the request of Vice Chairman Skrmetta. The Commission's general order dated March 9th of 2015, rules applicable to common carrier petroleum pipelines, is over 10 years old. I direct staff to open a rulemaking to review and potentially revise this general order to account for the ever-evolving industry, including an analysis of whether the regulations currently applicable to liquid petroleum pipelines should be expanded to include other types of common carrier pipelines that may become jurisdictional. This rulemaking should also consider establishing terms and definitions associated with common carrier pipelines for the purpose of the Commission's review of tariff-related matters. Further, staff should coordinate with the Louisiana Department of Energy and Natural Resources on this rulemaking to the extent they are willing to.
And I can add to that point, Secretary Gray and I have already discussed, and they are more than willing to work with us and provide their assistance, so they are on board as well.
Brandon, can you, I know the legislature made some changes to our definitions. Can you explain what those what those were. I know it went back and forth a little bit towards the end and got added at the last second, but.
Let me see if I can explain this. So there were a couple of pieces of legislation to address common carrier pipelines, petroleum pipelines. One was part of the Department of Natural Resources, which I think is now the Department of Conservation and Energy, as part of their reorg bill. There was some language there that would address disputes if there was a disagreement about whether something qualified or not. The Secretary of DE&R could mediate that. Then there was also a piece of legislation that I believe you and Commissioner Scametta were both there for, that directly addressed a matter in front of us. That bill was proceeded through the House and stalled in the Senate Commerce Committee. However, the language, not in its entirety, but very similar language to that bill, was then added to the department's reorganization bill, which was ultimately passed. Don't know that the governor signed it yet, but I assume he will. So there are some changes to definitions that would be in Title 45, as well as that language about the role of the Department of Energy and Natural Resources to essentially act as a mediator subject to appeal prior to matters even coming to us. There's also a piece in there with other pipelines that we're working through to see how that might potentially fall under jurisdiction as well. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's kind of what happened.
Oh, no, you did. I'm very supportive of this. I just wanted to know
Sure.
how that would go in the process.
Yes.
Of this directive with some of the changes that
Yes.
the legislature made.
Well, is this, what Commissioner Scametta is suggesting, is it kind of work together with the legislature?
Yeah.
Well, with the Department of Energy and Natural Resources, since we share a lot of jurisdiction with them over pipelines, and Secretary Gray and I have started this discussion, which I think is very good, because we have this shared authority over pipelines, whether it be natural gas or common carrier, or maybe some other pipelines coming forward. They're more the safety role, and some of the permitting, we're more the rate component. So working together, making sure our rules mesh, that no one's falling in the gaps, et cetera. So no, I think we have a really good relationship, and I think it's going to continue going forward.
They also have the expropriation side of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
So they have a little jurisdiction on the,
They've actually probably got more pipeline jurisdiction because their rules encompass all sorts,
Right.
whether they're common carriers or not, where ours is restricted to common carrier pipelines.
Exactly.
so we still don't have to agree with them, do we?
We don't, but we
Okay,
typically do.
all right, just wanted to know.
Most of the time we're there.
We got a dog in the hut, too.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And Tyler, I should say that too, and I would say Tyler, Secretary Gray did also say that anytime we would like him here at the B&E, you know, if there's any issue we think is topical, just to let him know, and he will be here.
And the idea about the rulemaking is they can all come together
Sure.
and hash this out over the process time,
Yes.
including industry, as well as the elements of the governor's.
Well, and to your point too, this is a rather old
Yeah.
rulemaking that hasn't been tweaked in a while. So I
Pipes
think
ain't made out of wood anymore.
True.
Okay.
So it's, Commissioner Gray, we work a lot with him, I bet.
Yes.
He's a good old blasted oil company hand, a good oil field guy. Do we need a second or a vote?
It's just a
on this?
directive, so there's no opposition that goes
Is there any
forward.
opposition from anyone? Hearing none, looks like Vice Chairman Scametta's deal's done.
I'll be back.
So we are now moving back to Exhibit 19, and under the report section is the report from MISO, CLECO Power, Entergy, and staff regarding the May 25th, 2025 load shed event. Chair, however you'd like to start, I'm assuming you'd like to start with MISO?
Sounds like a good place to start. Okay, MISO?
Jamie, can you turn the lights down, please? Thank you.
This can be on our monitors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Todd Hillman. I'm the Senior Vice President, Chief Customer Officer for MISO. Joining me up front is JT Smith, our Executive Director of Market Operations, and Jamie Watts, Law Firm, outside counsel. We can go to the next slide, please. So, since this event has taken place, we've had a lot of questions, and I think the one we want to get out front and up first is, well, who's responsible, who's accountable? And what I can tell you is MISO is responsible as the reliability coordinator for the reliability of the wholesale electric grid. We're also accountable for making sure that we communicate these types of events. And that is the area where I'm sure you found it frustrating, disruptive, and deeply concerning. MISO is taking that action item, and we'll talk more about that as we go through, about how we can better communicate these type of rare and unfortunate events. I'll also talk to you about this being a transmission system emergency, which is very different than what you have typically seen from MISO over the last number of years, where we go through a step process and an emergency energy alert. This is a transmission system alert, which is different. So I'm going to walk you through why that is different, and also why that is fairly rare in the MISO footprint as well as in the U.S. While it was the right thing to do from a reliability perspective, and that's part of that cascading outage to prevent further outages and catastrophic things happening with the wholesale electric system, you never want to do that, and that is literally our last resort. In working with our members, that's the last thing you do before you would see some of those catastrophic events happen on the system. And so we'll walk you through sort of a timeline as well as an events from a map as well as a timeline perspective. But the one thing to take away from this is the question of, well, who's responsible? That's us. And who's accountable for better communicating? That's us as well. And working with our members, working with you all on the commission, as well as all MISO stakeholders to ensure that as we look at the lessons learned here, we do our best to avoid this at all costs in the future, but if it does, God forbid, happen, that we do a much better job of communicating that, so we do the right communication at the right time to the right folks. Next slide. So, the conditions of the system in this south region during this Memorial Day weekend, we had limited transfer capability. What is that called? That's really what we call load pockets. And what load pockets are is you have customers in a system, you have a certain amount of generation that's within that system, and a certain amount of transmission that can get in and out of that system. So they carry a unique set of reliability circumstances. You have to have power in those certain areas. I know we've gotten a number of questions, well, why didn't you just import more power? Why didn't you just buy more power to get in there? The load pockets actually have a limited amount of import and export capability into them. So that's something we're always working with our members to study. I'm going to get into a little bit later all the actions that are being taken by MISO as well as its members to try and get more transmission and more generation into the load pocket areas. The next thing you find is in this shoulder period, this April-May timeframe, you still have a number of utilities and entities that are doing maintenance on their generation. This is critical maintenance in order to get ready for the very hot summer season. That typically happens in the March, April, May timeframe, as then is October, November timeframe. Those are called the shoulder months, where a lot of folks are taking those necessary outages to make sure that equipment is online when it's needed most. In addition to that, as units are coming up, we do what's called, we have forced or unplanned outages, where when they're bringing these units back up, you might see some system issues, you might see some actual issues with the units themselves that take more time in order for them to get those back to full capacity. And you also had a line that unfortunately was taken out. This is a major, large wholesale transmission line that provides power into this load pocket that was out since March of 2025 due to a tornado. So a culmination of events really led us to this event of May 25th, excuse me. When we get into conditions like this, MISO is what's called the reliability coordinator. And what does that mean? MISO takes a much wider view of the grid. As you know, we have 15 states. We also have the MISO South region that we focus and concentrate on. And so we look at our modeling, we look at our analysis, we look at all that on a constant basis as that reliability coordinator and work with our members. That wider footprint view told us that as we were going into this long weekend, we did have hot temperatures, not too much more than normal temperatures, but very hot temperatures, which were going to keep load up. We had these outages on the system that we were closely monitoring, and again, we had that transmission line was out. So constant communication between us and our members, and unfortunately, we got to a position to where when we continued to analyze the system told us, based on the conditions, that we had to go into this, what's called an IROL, or an Interconnection Reliability Operating Limit. Another way I would describe this to you is like in your house, when you have a circuit breaker in your house, right? The circuit breaker is designed that if you have that system in your house where you could see larger and bigger issues with your house, that circuit breaker will trip to make sure that no further damage happens. This IROL is very similar to a circuit breaker for the system. So in those cases, MISO, as that reliability coordinator with that wider view, is required to get that last resort system or that load off of the system in order to relieve the constraint or issues on that system. And so we try and do limited and controlled load sheds or customer load sheds at that point. And as you can see by this chart, we work closely with Entergy and CLECO to instruct those load sheds and then bring that load on as safely and reliably as possible, but also as quickly as possible. The reason that these IROLs in place, again, like that circuit breaker, you want to prevent the potential collapse of bigger parts of the system. 2003 blackout in the US was a result of one piece then cascading to the next, the next, and the next. That's the reason why these IROL procedures do exist. And so again, the collaboration was very, very good. We had a culmination of events that led us to this circumstance, which required us to get this load off the system, but then get that load back on the system as quickly as possible.
Let me ask the question.
So let's walk through the map.
I think it'd be worthwhile to have some questions
All right.
before we get to the end of the
okay.
slides.
Good.
Yes.
Oh, sure, Mr. Campbell.
Please.
Yes, sir. How long were you out?
Total, was it 4 hours total approximately?
Yes, I believe that is correct. We issued the load shed directive around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I believe the last set of load came back online around 8 or 9 o'clock.
We bring the load on in steps and stages so as to make sure that the system can handle it as it goes on. Don't bring it all back on at once.
Let me ask you another question. SPP came here and they pretty much said they don't owe any responsibility to the customers as far as monetary. Y'all take the same approach that if people, I think you're wrong, because I think people that depend on you, that pay their bills and their business is involved in it, they lost all the money during that while it was your fault or somebody's fault, it wasn't the business's fault. Y'all don't feel like you owe those people anything?
As much as we wish that was true, we are a nonprofit organization, and so bound by that, we have a similar answer to SPP, Commissioner, which is, we don't have a mechanism by which to go to the retail customer. We work with our wholesale customers like Entergy.
What would happen if the retail customer didn't pay his bill?
You'd have to ask that to CLECO or Entergy, Commissioner, I don't know.
Well, I got it. So he doesn't pay his bill, and he needs you at a particular time, and you're out of town or wherever you want to say it is, you're off, and he loses all his revenue coming in, but you want to make damn sure that he pays his bill. That's what you're telling me.
That's a question for Entergy or CLECO. I have no retail customers, Commissioner. Like I said, our members are Entergy and CLECO in this case. We do not have any actual retail customers.
I understand that, but you supply the power to CLECO and Entergy.
No, sir. Entergy and CLECO are the ones that generate the electricity. MISO, as the reliability coordinator.
Well, you work with them then, okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, you could use your influence and tell them, maybe y'all ought to pay for some of this. You say you didn't have anything to do with it. It's Entergy's fault. Now, Entergy tells a different story about how long they were notified before the power went off. They say that you didn't give them enough time to tell them how long it was before the power went off. They said something like 7 or 8 minutes. That's unbelievable.
Yes, sir. If I can go back one slide, that's the nature of the conditions of this IROL, which is very, very different than what you typically see when you get into a stage where you'll see hot weather coming. You say, we're getting closer to that load peak. You continue to do those alerts in a sequence. This is a different procedure in the sense that the system, because of that culmination events, got you to a level where you had to get energy off the system, or else you could have seen cascading or catastrophic outages on the rest of the system.
Did you give them just 7 minutes notice?
I don't know the exact times, Commissioner. Like I said, we have 30 minutes in order to execute the load shed event.
And Commissioner, we have further slides into the presentation that more specifically address the timeline.
Oh, okay. That was going to be my question.
And I have a question for you, because it does relate to this slide. And I believe that we discussed this before we got into the meeting today. You're using terms like IROL, the system, Entergy and CLECO instructed to load shed. And so my question is kind of a pervasive question. What part of this is automated? What part of this is being applied by humans, by your management? And, you know, does AI play any role in this? And do automated, the load shed, was any of that automated as far as the triggering mechanisms where you meet the IROL? Are we dealing with humans here making final judgment calls on these critical issues that affect our constituents, you know, Louisianians, many Americans?
Yes, sir. Commissioner, I would say for MISO, and I'll let Entergy and CLECO speak to their systems, but MISO is a very good combination of systems, so computer systems that run simulations and things of that nature, but that's also always backed up by people within our control room that are trained, that know how to operate the system. They make phone calls, so they're still calling operators and working with operators in these control rooms of Entergy and CLECO directly. So I would say it's a good combination. I think we're always looking for the next best thing to help us do our job better, but I wouldn't say it's dominated by any AI or technology that's saying, well, if that says it, we do it. We're still spending a lot of time testing. We're still spending a lot of time talking with humans about the next steps before we take those steps.
And it's to the commissioner's point about, you know, our constituents are impacted. I mean, they're impacted in their household, they're impacted in their businesses. So I would hate to say that, you know, we have given up our autonomy and our decision-making all to systems and AI, where they might not have the empathy, you know, on where these outages occur. And I know, like you said, we may be talking to our other stakeholders here today about that type of issue. But but from the MISO standpoint, I believe that it still should have a human element to it before you make those final calls in a catastrophic situation like this.
It absolutely does. And we were far from perfect. Our communications on the matter certainly show that. And that's where we really have to focus and do better. And that's part of that, right? If we leave it to machines to communicate, that's lacking that empathy, that's lacking that understanding. Also, it's important, sometimes we have to do things manually, right? Sometimes the system will say, well, I'm not getting that information from that unit or that plant. Let me pick up the phone and call Joe or Sally and say, hey, I'm seeing this, is that right? Maybe we need to change that or do something different. And in this case, we were making those calls. We were manually working with our members to get as much range on these units as possible, taking them up all the way up to the emergency ranges. So when we were there, we were saying, we're not going to leave that just to the systems. We're going to make phone calls and make that happen.
How many states did you say you were in?
15, Commissioner.
How many? 15?
Yes, sir.
Something's got to improve, though. You can't just call people up in 7 minutes and say your electricity's coming on. That's too fast. Some way, you're gonna have to improve that.
Yes, sir.
You got a guy that's got a big business, and he's got what happened up in Shreveport, the guy, they do business on Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights.
Yes, sir.
Restaurants. That's when they have the people coming in, and they were off 3 hours during that time, or 4 hours. I think they owe a little money. I mean, people lose a lot of money, and then guess what? If you don't pay your bills, you're off. These people lose a Saturday night, a spring night where everybody's out on the town eating dinner. We pretty much got nobody that wants to own up to it, besides say, well, we told them to turn it off, but what else did you do? There's no compensation, and I've heard from anybody. I understand your point. You said, we'll talk to CLECO, or talk to, and SPP said, well, you need to talk to SWEPCO. Somebody needs to talk to the people that were out. The guy that owned the restaurant, that his biggest night in the spring, pretty spring day, everybody's out electricity. Well, talk to SWEPCO, talk to Clico, talk to Energy. Somebody needs to talk to the people. That's what's not happening here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Todd, can you, staying on this slide,
Yes,
I
sir.
want to get a better understanding of NERC's requirements within 30 minutes, and I know we're going to get into the timeline a little bit later, but.
Sure.
Based off of the conversation that was had at the City Council of New Orleans and now, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So when an IRL is initiated, is it 30 minutes total from the initiation to the load shed, or are there multiple time variations? Because I got confused.
Sure.
When we talked about last time or at the City Council that you used 21 minutes of the 30 minutes, but does that mean just notifying the utility? And does the utility then have additional time after notification, or is that the notification and load shedding all occur within that 30 minutes according to NERC's reliability requirements?
Commissioner, this is where I phone a very close and technical friend, JT Smith.
So our understanding of the rule is that once an IROL is identified, so at right around 1600, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we identified the IROL. The requirement is for us to clear that condition within 30 minutes. So when we say that we issued the load shed at 1621, yes, we were already 21 minutes into that because we were trying to find alternatives to load shed prior to.
So the utilities are correct that their notice to then shed load within their jurisdiction was around eight minutes.
Yes, sir. So actually, when we issue when we issued the load shed, the operational directive is for immediate until further notice. So yes, there is really, without our failure to express that there was a potential risk sitting out there, is where that failure was. Once the IROL was identified, there is no additional time to be taken on that end. So yes, it was an immediate and until further notice directive. That is going to happen within that 30 minutes, but we should have been communicating much earlier about this risk.
And my understanding from your answer to the City Council of New Orleans was that you did not meet NERC's 30 minutes requirement. Is that correct?
We are currently going through the review process with our regulators on that, and we'll have that determination shortly.
Okay.
So if we go to slide 5, so this just gives you, on the next slide, it gives you just a good overview of the area and the system of this load pocket. You can see that there are units on planned outage, and what a planned outage is, if we could go to the next slide. Planned outages are, like I said, they're trying to get ready for the peak summer conditions. They're getting their units ready to run. They run hard, they run a lot. MISO dispatches them quite a bit as temperatures rise and load gets higher. We study this from a reliability perspective. We do a sequence of reliability evaluations. We look at generation adequacy on the system. And then if the risk is actually identified, we can ask a utility to move or postpone those outages. So in this case, all of these outages going into this have been studied by MISO and approved to take their outage windows, if you will. So that's about 2,600 megawatts in the load pocket and just outside the load pocket that were on planned outages.
A question about that. So we know of 2 publicly known Entergy nuclear plants, one planned, one unplanned. But I think it's crucial that we kind of get the full picture here. So there are an additional 5 generators that were on unplanned outages, is that correct?
Oh, we can get to the next slide, actually. You can see the, actually 2 slides in, you can see that there were 8 unplanned generating units that were offline, totaling a little less than 4,000 megawatts. And so some of those actually occurred well before the event, Commissioner, but they were just still out as we got to these culmination of events. Some were happening leading up to, but before the event as well. But that's just a very large number to have out in a load pocket.
Yeah. Is there a way for us to get the exact generators that were out? I mean, I think this has been a complication that in this entire process that we've had is trying to figure out even potential solutions, because I've struggled to figure out which generators. And I understand and I appreciate your answer that you've previously given that it is against your tariff to tell those generators, but I think this is a very clear picture for the public. We need to understand whether they were IPPs. I mean, I think our utilities have been at least due diligent in announcing the generators they had out, but I mean, I think there's still, according to myself, 6 other generators that I have no clue who was out. I mean, this map is helpful, but it's not giving me generator-specific information.
It's generally helpful, but not helpful. I get it.
So I'm just, how, as a regulator, can I get that information?
My understanding is there's a series of data requests that have come out, and we have gotten permission from some of the utilities to put some of that information in those data requests. And so once we continue to get that information in, we'll provide that as data request responses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, which one?
Go ahead, go first.
Go ahead, Mr. Campbell. Yes, sir. Did you have any load shed or whatever you want to call it, any other state?
No, sir.
For the whole year you haven't?
Oh, in the whole, no.
No, we have actually, excuse me, for the calendar year, the question is, have we had load shed in another state? Is that correct?
2025.
In 2025, yes, sir. So during April 2nd, there was a load shed event that was on the MISO SPP seam in the Texarkana area. And we had a few megawatts associated with that one as well.
You ever seen it when you had load shed in 2 states pretty much simultaneously? Have you ever seen that before? That's what we had here. You had it in Shreveport, and then you had it in New Orleans. That's, nothing you can tell people, y'all just take it. Take it, you lost power. So what? But pay your bill. If you don't pay your bill, we're gonna cut you off. You see, that's hard to swallow.
Yes, sir.
If you had our job, it'd be hard to swallow. It's not hard to swallow for you because you can come down here and say, there's nothing I can do. Commissioner Scametta?
Yeah, a couple of things. First thing I want to point out, more for the benefit of the public, that other than in 2009 with the Acadiana load pocket, I don't believe there's ever been a load shedding event in Louisiana that I'm aware of before this. And that was before we were in an RTO. And, you know, there are people who are not in RTOs in this country, in the West and in the Southeast, and they do not extort the values of an RTO, number one. When I was contacted by MISO during the load shed blackout in the New Orleans and St. Tammany area, I asked, they said a unit was out, and I said, well, great, I just have 3 questions. Where is it, how big is it, and who owns it? I was told they couldn't tell me. I've been made aware by Entergy that, and I believe it was through all the utilities when we joined MISO, that they presented waiver letters to MISO, telling MISO that MISO can provide any information to the commissioners when asked, and that obviously that was not followed, and that's a problem because the commissioners are on the front line of dealing with the public. MISO doesn't have a phone number that gets answered. We answer the phone, and we talk to the press, and we talk to the public. So the fact that MISO did not follow the waiver letters to provide information to the commissioners is a serious infraction, I think, because I think there's a lot more been forgotten about what was agreed to between MISO and the Public Service Commission and the utilities here than has been remembered by them. So I have a real problem with it.
Commissioner, if I may.
I'm not finished. You can wait, okay? So, and I think the other aspect I have for this is the failure to follow protocol and the protocol of engaging the interruptibles of Entergy. And I think it wasn't exactly the, I believe, 500 or 600 megawatts that was shed, but it's somewhere in the 400 and 480 megawatts potential of that could have staved off the load shed event. And I don't understand how the establishment of reliability under CERC, along with MISO, for agreeing to work within the protocols of the load shedding and with the contracts associated with the interruptible contracts with the industrials. It's why they get a lower rate, so they understand that they'll have their power turned off. And it's a fairly quick process, but it's not evidently not interpreted by the predictive element at MISO of utilizing that as a mechanism to reduce the need for the turning of the power off. So I think that, and then one final thing is that, you know, the lack of certainty and understanding of, you know, is this going to happen again? And, you know, we know that there were units out, but the units didn't necessarily drop out. The units were out 2 and 3 and 4 days ahead of this. Now, there were some scheduled. There were some that were dropped out a few days before, but they were still out in the day-ahead market, so there's knowledge associated with the units not being available. I have had commissioners from other states telling us that they had, you know, wind velocities dropped, that they had solar cover, it caused frequency interruption in the lines, that there's all kinds of associative problems that may have been the causation of this. And so, you know, pointing to the baseload units in the state, especially when you're looking at, you know, what you're calling a load pocket, I think that's an oversimplification of the problem here. And I think that, you know, the commission through its experts, because we're just issuing our data request now, so we're going to be looking more in depth on this.
Yes.
But I think that's an oversimplification and an underperforming analysis at this point. But I really need to understand in a further submission of information why we did not execute the interruptibles, because otherwise, why am I giving the industrials a discount if their power is not going to be interrupted during an event like this? And I think Entergy can confirm this later, but I think it's like 480 megawatts, which would have been decisively of value in avoiding this, or it certainly would have, you know, cut down on the number of massive transmission poles that got taken out. And, you know, I mean, the sections of the city of New Orleans and St. Bernard Parish, Plaquemines Parish, St. Tammany Parish, you know, Orleans Parish, sections all over the city. More than likely, if you look at the city of New Orleans, and as I was watching the event unfold on the energy outage map, it was probably 2/3 of the city of New Orleans area-wise went out. Sections of Lower Jefferson went out. You know, predominantly all of Plaquemines Parish down to Point of La Hat or Buras. Sections of St. Bernard of about 6,000 people went out. So it was significant, but it was done so, and from what I've talked to from the Entergy personnel, that it was done so in more of a panic than it was done in a planned, methodical outage activation. So, and that jibes with the failure to follow protocol, because, you know, the idea of protecting a system is to follow protocol so you can, you know, I've been to your facility in Carmel. I've been there and I've seen how it works, and I haven't been to the one in Arkansas, because I guess imagine it's interconnect. But I know that you know, pay attention to this stuff. So taking the eye off the ball and not, you know, looking in a way to plan on this shows a lack of, I think, a lack of concern. Also, watching how SPP handled the Shreveport matter, you know, demonstrates, and we've talked about this and we've been quoted in the newspaper, you guys, you know, you aren't responsible to the Public Service Commission. Not really. You know, in days before you, companies were extra attentive to events like this, which is why we never had them, you know. And we could always, you know, issue fines against the shareholders, and we could get rate credits back to the public. There's a lot of people lost money in this event. You know, businesses went out, people were inconvenienced in the residences, and we understand that. And then people don't understand because this was effectively a black start and had to come back in sections. They don't understand that. But, you know, businesses went out, businesses lost revenue. There's no mechanism that I'm aware of that can be done other than a class action lawsuit against MISO. You know, I'm unaware of anything that, you know, Entergy's not responsible, because I think the position is you advise Entergy, and if they don't do it and they have a problem with their system, Entergy's responsible for the failures and damage to the system. And so they have to accommodate you under a contractual relationship. And I think we've got real problems with this. And I think that, I'm going to rely on the staff's data requests. We're going to have to come back here again in August after we get responses on this.
Yes, sir.
But, a plan is a plan, and an emergency plan is even more important than a general plan. And when you've got a plan to execute in the coming aspects of, these are the things we do, when you get hit by the iceberg on your ship, everybody just jump overboard. You launch the longboat, you go through the protocols, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did not do that. You did not give Entergy or CLECO an opportunity to execute any protocol arrangements. You just said, start flipping switches. It's unacceptable. And I hope people find a way to, effectively get their pound of flesh out of here. We're not going to be able to do it, but we're going to have to find a way to make it more reliable in the future. So I don't have any questions. I don't need any comment from you.
Hillman, a question for you on the interruptible load.
Yes, sir.
If we have a utility here in Louisiana that has a contract with somebody on an interruptible load, like one of our big industries, which would, in a case like this, be nice. Do you have to approve those contracts, or is that that's I would think that's not your.
No, sir. They register those interruptibles
right,
with MISO as part of our demand response programs.
If we had questions about interruptible load that might solve this, we need to ask the utility, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, good. I just want to get that clear.
Quick question while we're on this portion of your presentation. So I want to make sure I'm understanding the events that led to that Sunday event. So on Wednesday, we have River Bend that has gone down and is reported to you as an unplanned outage in the market. Then we have other unplanned outages that occurred that previous Thursday and Friday. And then there were major price discrepancies that started on Friday. And then by Saturday, prices were $1,000 per megawatt hour in zone 9. Is that an adequate timeline of some of it? Maybe not perfect, but
roughly. Yes,
but roughly. Have you ever had that many outages in one resource zone before?
That's a good question. We'd have to go look.
In my recollection, outside of significant storm damage, sir, no, I don't recall having such a consolidated area of outages like that.
Okay, and so the reason I'm asking that is so the generating units and the transmission systems were not working as they should have. And so in light of this kind of rough timeline, when did your operations people start talking to Entergy and subsequently CLECO's operational staff, and what contingency plans were being developed? Because I understand, and I know we've talked that this is the last case scenario. We didn't want to do it, but I think there is a question of, okay, if we're seeing this, we're looking at the market, we're figuring this out, that some contingency plans, especially when it comes to the operational side of making sure that we protect customers that we have it listed as critical. While I'm not the regulator, I represent a good chunk of the city of New Orleans, and we lost critical infrastructure that the city has identified that should be the last case scenario, and they, unfortunately, some of our healthcare centers were shut off. And so I guess my real question is, I'm trying to understand what contingency conversations were going on. While a load shed, of course, I understand is the last case resort, then I think that gets back to some of the questions we had earlier about indisruptible customers.
Sure.
Whether or not, I know Entergy New Orleans, I know when they come, they may mention that they didn't have enough time to communicate to their distribution operators, so the transmission operators made choices. But if we were having these conversations in these days leading up to Sunday, there could have been those conversations with the distribution operators as backup plans if there was something. So I just kind of, I guess, to sum up my comments to the generic question, what were those contingency plans being talked about, just to ensure, I know that while this is the last case resort and you tried your hardest not to make this call.
Yes, sir.
What steps could we have taken in the interim with the signals and the signs that we saw to ensure that didn't happen?
Well, part of that is lessons learned. I'm going to let JT talk about all the communications that happened, but part of the lessons learned for us, Commissioner, is that communication earlier on. You know, when you get close to the system conditions that we had, you know, you're communicating constantly with the other operators, right? You're doing reconfiguration plans and you're studying and doing analysis on the system to make sure you try and avoid these things if at all possible. So I'm going to let JT talk about sort of the how we led up to that point.
Yeah, so for especially Saturday, looked a lot like Sunday ended up until the afternoon, where a little bit of weather came in and helped cool off parts of the area. But on Saturday, we did see a number of situations where if you lost an element on the system, the only solution was to shed localized load. So we had plans with our members, we call them post-contingent action plans. We had those plans with with our members to make sure that if that element would come off the system, that we would take an action around it. Some of it was load shed, some of it was a reconfiguration, as Todd mentioned. Some of it would have to been like redispatching generation down so that it would not impact infrastructure. Now, we were doing that on all sides of these circles that you see now, so we weren't just managing the Bogalusa, New Orleans area. We were also managing out east near the Richard substation, which also includes the Baton Rouge area overall. So we're managing that across the system, or across this Southeast Louisiana area overall. So those communications existed throughout the 24th as well as the 25th. There were some comments that were made within the operating logs of, you know, we're not far away from a load shed, but that's not the conversation, the more direct conversation that needed to be had. If what we should have been doing on Saturday is looking at what our solutions were, what our risks potentially were going to be, and whether or not we should call on, for example, those load modifying resources, those non-firm load on the system. There was about 160 megawatts available during the Sunday. Out of the 400 that are registered, about 160 megawatts were available. All of them had something greater than 4 hours lead time that were available. So for us, even when we got to the point of having to make the directive, we couldn't get to those because it was too late in the game. So that tells us that we should have been doing better on the front end of that planning effort. One of the things that we've learned since we've talked at the city council, and we're working with our members with Entergy and CLECO on it, is looking at our models. Our models for the forward view were not reflecting the dire conditions that were eventually shown. Our forecasts were generally good. We understood what the system was, but the models weren't reflecting what the actual situation came up. So those are things that we need to work better on. If I have those better models, then I have that better information to potentially call on those LMRs or to issue a more public communication for letting you all know that that load shed is potentially on the table.
Okay, and so I want to make sure I understand your answer correctly. So there were conversations on Saturday that a potential load shed could happen with members.
And there were actual plans.
There were plans.
There were plans for, if something happened, then we would do that. So we had post-contingent plans throughout the day in different parts of the footprint.
And so did those post-contingent plans follow into that Sunday's a possibility? You can see where I'm looking is if we're having these conversations on Saturday, I'm a little concerned, and I'll have these questions for the utilities, that while granted, yes, we may have made the IROL decision with a 8 to 9 minutes notice, but there should have been planning if these conversations are happening. So that's why I'm really honing into this timeline, because the initial reports were a little confusing.
Yes, sir.
On that, and so that's what I wanted to make sure. So there were conversations, at least on Saturday, of a potential load shed.
Yes, there were. Throughout the day on Saturday and Sunday, there were conversations around specific action plans, but not conversations specifically going to, hey, we have a potential for an IROL. That was unforeseen. That was the unforeseen part of it. But we had been managing the system for 2 days with plans and an after-action move.
So you were looking more on the capacity side, not necessarily the transmission side.
It was.
I mean, well, I know they're interrelated, but
yes, sir.
But I just wanted to be clear. So that's you weren't anticipating an IROL because you were looking at the capacity constraints, which have issues with transmission, but it wasn't a true transmission.
Correct. We had
system.
nothing sitting there in our models telling us that we were going to be in an IROL ahead of time. We were actively managing real-time congestion and constraints and limitations on the system. Some of it with post-action plans, some of it with taking efforts in reconfiguration, but we did not have that foreseeable IROL, which required us to take action.
Okay, I have some more transmission questions, but I want you to continue, and I know my colleagues may have some on this portion.
You mentioned earlier that MISO didn't have the authority to have penalties against members who don't reach their potential for load capacity. Did you mention that earlier, that you don't have the ability to penalize your members for not reaching where they're supposed to reach for generation?
Well, at any time on the system, we were asking a generator based on the parameters they tell us. So they'll tell us my generation can do X, and that that generator does X, they're compensated for X and performs X. But if they do not perform that, then we have to, they're actually have to pay whatever that market price is for what they do not provide.
Okay. So it's not necessarily a penalty, it's just a market.
It's a market cost, but if you remember at that time, the market costs for energy were fairly high in this part of the system.
Can you go back to the slide with the outages? Let me just finish this train of thought real quick. So, no, go.
That's 8.
This one right here.
Oh, that one, yeah.
So, I guess likewise, when there are unplanned generating units that are offline, does MISO have any ability to penalize those unplanned generating units, the companies that own them, or is that a state function for a regulator like the PSC?
The primary way that they are, I wouldn't say it's penalized, but where they are impacted is for that planning, that next planning year, we judge how much value that unit has from a capacity basis based on how they performed. It's called accreditation. So they'll get less accredited for those days, which will impact how much capacity that unit can actually claim in MISO.
Okay, but what does that do for the customer who was out, in this situation? So,
right.
Is there a real-time regulatory authority to, basically show some accountability for these generating units that are offline from MISO or from, and I'll ask the staff, from the PSC standpoint?
So from the utility perspective, and they can speak better to this than I can, though, they still have load that they need to cover. So they have to figure out a way to cover that load. So if that's out, they're buying from other parts of the system. They're getting energy to match their load. So many times that's from the MISO market itself.
Well, again, that's a market mechanism. So
Correct.
They're penalized financially.
Correct.
I'm asking from a regulating standpoint, are they, is there a penalty that they are subject to for not having generating units online when they're supposed to? So we can go back and tell our constituents, yes, they were penalized, we held them accountable. What does holding them accountable mean in this situation?
Sure. For us, again, it's that need to make the market whole and the capacity side. Outside of that, those are the parameters of the MISO market.
Catherine, what about from the PSC standpoint?
That is going to be a Mr. Sisson question.
Well, Mr. Sissong, welcome back.
This one I'm not.
Sorry.
Sure,
Turn the light
just
on.
because the unit's out.
Turn the light on for you.
Okay. Just because the unit's out doesn't necessarily mean there's accountability. The accountability determines on whether the prudence associated with the outage. Just like cars can break when you did nothing. So every 2 years on a cycle, we do fuel audits. And within each fuel audit, we look at every outage. And we look at the root causes of those outages. And if we find that those outages were caused by imprudence, then we generally recommend to the commission that you take that LMP, that high cost, and that they have to give that back to customers. But if we do a review on an outage, and it was something that was just beyond their control, a piece of equipment broke, something that they couldn't, that was completely out of their control and not within their prudent management, we generally don't make that recommendation.
Well, I think that's something really important for us to know as commissioners, to be able to answer our constituents, to say there is a prudence review on these outages over time. It might not happen exactly right when these outages occur, but that there is a way for us to essentially have them financially penalized and for the customer to benefit from that at some point.
And I will say that there have been instances such as Uri, where we have done specialized audits on just that period. When the last time there was a major outage, there was a specialized fact review of everyone for that period of time that was done.
Well, we have a directive today, I mean, that doesn't cover what we're looking for from Commissioner Lewis, that basically has a post, you know.
Yeah, the after-action report.
Yeah, the after-action report.
Actually, I think it was Lewis.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, the after-action report, does that include this specialized audit?
Oh, no,
I'm gonna tag back in.
Yeah, that was mine.
So it does not, but it does not, but we could do a specialized audit on these outages, assuming the outages are from one of our jurisdictional utilities.
Right,
And we have to assume that without anybody telling us. Okay.
And I think we'll hear from the utilities if they can, whether some of their units were out as well.
Okay, thank you, and,
Well,
go ahead.
and I want to make a point, right, tag on what he's saying. This outage is a utility problem, not a MISO problem, right?
The outage is the utility problem, not a MISO
Yeah,
problem.
that's right.
But the contribution of the outage, the contribution of a generator outage to the transmission outage is what's under investigation.
Right. Well, they get workbooks on every generator, every utility, to be able to plan their load, keeping their load level. And when the workbooks fail, the generation's not there, you're the one who has to say, we don't have enough electricity, we gotta have load shed, but, it's not your jurisdiction to police these generators and these transmission. That's our job. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Lane. Have y'all gotten through your whole slides to show you?
I'm getting them faster. I'm
Okay,
gonna
all
get
right.
through
All
them.
right. Lights back off?
In fact, I'm gonna cut to the chase and move to 11 and 12 quickly. So the question we also got a fair amount is, okay, well, these load pockets, what are you and your members doing about load pockets? I want to just make a couple mentions. Commissioner Lewis earlier and I talked about this ERAS, which is the Expedited Resource Addition Study. We're trying as best as we can to get generation in all parts of our footprint, but also in areas like load pockets that could do that. We're seeing very robust plans for our south states in terms of interest in this ERAS. So we believe once FERC approves that, we will have a very large contingent of South members that are going to want to take advantage of this and get generation on as soon as possible. The second thing is that left chart. So in the north and central parts of MISO, we have been doing some long-range transmission plans, which is, think of an 11 statewide plan where a whole bunch of folks get together. They have to agree. You see these very large numbers, $10 billion, $20 billion. And people always ask, well, what are we doing in the South? In addition to the work we're doing on our Tranche 3, I just wanted to show you that just independent of that, our members in the South are doing a tremendous amount to get transmission investment happening in the South states. I mean, if you look at the 23, 24, and 25 numbers combined, that's about $10 billion, which is equivalent to our long-range transmission plan first tranche, which happened in 2022. So we're seeing a lot of interest, we're seeing a lot of development, we're working very closely with them. A lot of these transmission requests are expedited. What that means is our members are coming to us and saying, we need it now, we need it fast, we need it as soon as possible. So we're seeing these as definite steps and signs that more generation and more transmission is significant and it wants to get built in the MISO South region.
Why was 24 so low? I mean, such a drop-off?
Projects can be cyclical, Mr. Chairman, so you may have a lot of big projects in one year. The second year is more of the standard maintenance that you might see, and then that next year is that big projects again. So as load comes in and load is announced, but you've also got every year where you have a certain amount of projects, just the care and feeding of the system itself.
And we're upgrading the amount of reserve margins at your suggestion, which we should concur with. So looks like that next year it might be 5 billion, or is that $1 billion?
Yes, sir.
Billions? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I got one question.
And then last slide for me, and then any other questions you might have. So we've got to get better. Certainly, while the action we took was required, as JT said, that the circuit breaker did happen, we've got to figure out better ways to communicate. They were insufficient. We have to strike that right balance of not saying too much and get too much information out there, so then it doesn't become effective anymore. We have to make sure we're striking that right balance, give you the information that you need that are escalation triggers, timely clarification of what you're hearing, and then just communication protocols overall, right? So having a communication plan for these transmission emergencies. We've had a plan for all along for these capacity emergencies. This one's a little bit different. We don't have a lot of those. We're not quite used to those from the standpoint of how are we going to better communicate those. So that's the work that MISO is committed to do, and work with our members to do that. We are actively communicating with you all. We've got data requests out there. We have the August report that was just approved. As JT rightly mentioned, we're sharing models with our members to say, hey, how can we fine tune these things and get them better so that when we get to those points, that wider view we have is better and more accurate. And we're working also with our other regulators like CERC and NERC to make sure that all that information comes out. We're going to do our best to better train and better model with our members as well as our operators. Maybe start doing more drills around these transmission emergencies, things like that, that we could certainly get commission and commission staff and consultants involved in how those went and lessons learned there. But at the end of the day, commissioners, my point at the beginning is the same one. Who's responsible for the reliability? We are. Who's accountable for better communicating? That's us as well.
Commissioner Scametta.
Just one more question. Can you go back to the slide about the transmission costs and growth?
11?
Yeah, 11,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah. So on this estimate of cost and growth transmission, and you're saying that's in MISO South. That is not, that's only in MISO South area. How much of that is in Louisiana? How much is that, any of that anticipated between MISO North and MISO South? Or is it, where do you anticipate the actual projects to be allocated?
I'm happy to get you, we've actually got a list and we can break that out by state and we can get that to you.
Okay, so you don't have a rough guess now? You can talk here?
I wouldn't want to speculate. I know just in talking with our members, there's a fair amount happening in Louisiana in terms of load growth. There's a fair amount happening in Mississippi in terms of load growth. And certainly Texas is having some, but it's just a smaller part of our footprint. So I would say Louisiana is going to be a pretty large chunk of this, but I think Entergy and CLECO will be able to answer that as well.
Yeah, none of this is in interconnect and none of it's in MISO North.
None of this is in MISO North.
Okay, all right.
Todd, while we're on that, do you know how much of this actual transmission lines are increasing import capacity?
Into load pockets, I'm sure there will be some, Commissioner. This is not that tranche 4 that you're familiar with, which is that north-south transfer. That's to be determined in the future. I think there's some great work to be done on the load pocket areas within the south region. That's probably where our focus is.
So this is not just zone 9?
No, this is 8, 9, and 10.
So this is 8, 9, and 10.
Eastern Texas, Arkansas,
okay.
Central and South Mississippi, and most of Louisiana.
And so, going back, you mentioned tranche 3, and so
Yes,
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, that you believe that if some of the proposed projects or projects in development in tranche 3 are your long-range transmission planning, this could have alleviated this problem in the future, potentially?
That's a great question. Tranche 3 is a big analysis, and we're just sort of scratching the surface of that. I think in the interim, we also have to remember that as projects get built just during the normal course of business, those will have impacts on tranche 3. The first thing we're doing now is trying to get our futures right. So once we get our futures right, that's a thing that's going to be towards the end of this year. We'll have a much better idea of what those impacts could be as we look at that tranche 3 set of projects.
And you didn't mention it, I think you mentioned it earlier in your presentation, but there was a significant transmission line that was down in the process. And my understanding, that line has now been restored and is back operational, is that correct?
I think it came back that Monday, or pretty close to that. Yes,
Pretty
sir.
close to that.
That was that one out west you were talking to, that
Yes.
500 kV? Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. And while I certainly hope we can take important lessons from this, I'm going to stress once again, as I did at the city council hearing, that we need greater interregional transmission, and we needed it probably 2 years ago. And I, quite frankly, want to see more movement, more engagement, more expedited action to get our region better interconnected to our neighbors. I mean, one of the things that I was looking at is just the negative price index we saw in Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
While we're seeing this price index here on Saturday. And that's greatly concerning to me, that we are so closely located and we had no ability truly to import generation, and that we need to have a better developed grid. And you mentioned accreditation, and I want to get to something that has been mentioned in some of the other reports are around, which is why we couldn't really kind of utilize batteries as backup. We've seen this. We saw a presentation from ERCOT at CRUC about their use of battery. And one of the things that I keep getting from experts is that the reason why we have not seen more battery deployment, particularly in MISO South, is because of your accreditation rules. That it has been too stringent upon there. I mean, so I want to kind of give you an opportunity to either agree or disagree with those statements. RC, do you believe we need to look at the real value of those assets on our energy system, especially when we are seeing the patterns of weather changing, the constraints on the grid? We know MISO South has significant, is a load pocket. There's significant transmission issues, and so that is an option, but from the experts and developers I'm hearing is that it's not accredited, so it's not value to them to add it to our system. So I put that out there. I'll give you I'll give you an opportunity to respond any way you feel on that question.
Sure. MISO has spent a tremendous amount of time working with our members on accreditation overall. That's for thermal units, that's for inverter-based resources, that's for storage, demand response as well. We just don't have, Commissioner, a whole lot of batteries yet. And I think right now, while we're doing a fair amount of accreditation, that's just, when you have such a small amount of them, right? It's different than when you have 30,000 megawatts of wind versus 200 megawatts or 500 megawatts of batteries. So I think we're just in such the infancy stages in MISO overall. I think as we see more proliferation of batteries, our work is going to continue on accreditation. I think we're in the forefront, actually, of resource accreditation from a U.S. perspective. So I'm confident we'll do a deep dive into batteries, and I'm confident that work will be consistent with stakeholder input.
Isn't it use of batteries, isn't that up to us and utilities?
Yes, sir. MISO doesn't build any generation,
but
but
on whether we use batteries or not, right?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Look, you have today, you've got 95,000 megawatts in MISOs. How much of that, shoot from the hip answer, is in MISO South? Out of the 95,000 megawatts?
I would say roughly 25%, would you say? I mean, it's somewhere between 20 and 30.
I would say about 27,000 megawatts of load is probably where we're at right now.
Most of it's
So out of 15 states in MISO, Louisiana, MISO South is 30% of the whole bunch?
It is, yes, sir. So on a peak day, MISO South will be about 30% of the total load of the MISO footprint.
Is in other states.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have one quick question.
And thank you for showing the app. Our communications head's at the back. He's very proud that you pulled the app up to show.
Oh, it's a great app. Congratulations. Better than SPP.
Quick question. On the north-south interconnect,
yes, sir,
which we've been messing with since day one, it's a contractual interconnect, not so much a physical limitation interconnect, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because we were talking about that when I was at the FERC a couple weeks ago, and they were discussing this. It's like, what, 2,800 megawatt, 3,000 megawatt, something like that?
2,500, 3,000. Yes.
Right. But because I do know that when there was an emergency winter storm in the north, that it was opened up to 10,000 megawatts. There was a moment about 6 or 7 years ago when there was a day when they opened it up and flooded through. They did allow it to open in free flow in an emergency moment.
I do not recall.
Well, I remember it. So,
above.
Well, but you have to just put faith in the fact that I remember when it happened.
Yes, sir.
But my point about this is, it's an artificial constriction based on contract, and that's my base thing. So, we're fighting over this issue of how we're going to, get through this interconnect. I know a lot of it was to do with the city of Memphis, and a lot of it was due to the SWEPCO and the other issues associated with that. But, contractual, constrictions, to me, have the same effect of market manipulation. Because if there's a limitation by contract, not by physical limitation, there ought to be a free flow of electrons in that interconnect, which means that the market should be able to move more power north and south without having to build more transmission in that interconnect. I mean, if you got to go beyond 10,000 megawatts, well, yeah, I get it. But I think we're being impeded by this contractual market flow limitation. And, when they were talking about it at the FERC, I'm not sure that, that the sort of this, understanding of how that really impacts the flow of power between the North and the South. And we're sitting here talking about building out more, transmission, when with a stroke of a pen, we could have a lot more power moving back and forth, number one. And, I want to understand, how do we modify that? How do we get past that to undo this contractual limitation and move into one that's a natural, more, engineering-driven, utilization of the current existing interconnect?
So we work a lot with what's called the joint parties there. It's us, it's SPP, it's a number of other entities in that area, Commissioner. While the discussions have always been to how do we maximize that contractual agreement, as you called it, with PJM as an example, we have what you would describe, which is there's no limit of flows between the two. So it would take us really looking back at the FERC order there and seeing what FERC would view that as, and working with SPP and those parties to see what was possible. But Tranche 4 in reality is there a physical solution to that, sort of over and above that in terms of actually building transmission?
Well, we were talking about it 9 years ago. It was going to cost $200 million. Now we're talking about it costing $2 billion to do the interconnect, when if it's the stroke of a pen cures it, it seems like you save $2 billion. I'm just saying, pens don't cost that much, right?
Yes, sir.
But if they look at it with the interconnect between MISO and PJM, to where they don't limit it by contract, it seems that it's somewhat discriminatory to allow it to function on a west-east flow into PJM, but with the north-south interconnect, they'll discriminate on the north-south through contract limitation. I think it provides I think it's a commerce cost problem, and I think it's a real issue associated of driving a different model of impact into the marketplace. So I really do think it's a problem that could be solved if we could look at it by modification of contract first,
right,
before we dig into any Tranche 4, pig spend into going into kind of go crazy on just building stuff. Because I personally believe MISO is a transmission owners club, right? You don't have a lot of commissioners on your board of directors. You got a lot of people affected with the transmission owners world and involved with you. And when they're getting FERC 12.5% ROE on their stuff, I don't blame them, right? But I really think that a lot of problems could be solved by undoing this contractual limitation in the north-south. All right, I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Todd, one last question for you. I know we've talked significantly about the load pocket, and I just kind of, for the public, want to break that down a little bit, which means that theoretically, the power around New Orleans, there weren't enough lines to basically bring more power into, which is why we had a load pocket. And so I've been pulling up and looking back some of the studies done by the ERSC, and I'm just curious about, do you know off the top of your head how long that we have had the downstream of Gypsy load pocket?
I do not. We've been familiar with it since 2011 when MISO began cooperating with states in the South, but that's sort of, but I believe it's been modeled with that for quite a long time, but for us, since 2011.
Right, and I think this is what I'm looking at. The study dates back to 2012 that specifically identifies fixes for the downstream Gypsy load pocket that looked at cost-benefit analysis. And so I guess really the question, and maybe this is more for Entergy, when they come up, is what are we doing for the downstream Gypsy load pocket? And if this load pocket didn't exist, maybe there's no outages, right? I know this is kind of looking backwards in time, but I think this is the importance of why I kind of keep coming back to transmission planning and really taking transmission capacity seriously.
Yes, sir.
Because while there are other events, I know we've talked about the weather, we've talked about the generators down.
Yes, sir.
Had we dealt with the downstream of Gypsy load pocket, we would not have had this capacity constraint. And so, like I said, I'm asking you the same questions, but I think this is why I'm going to harper once again. We really need to move on long-term and interregional transmission planning to ensure that blackouts do not happen again, especially as we are dealing with changes in the infrastructure, changing in the weather, and also, so I just wanted to put that, but you've answered most of the questions that I've had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. The thing I would add there on load pockets is generation and transmission, right? So both actually helps us with those issues, but you're correct on transmission, but generation as well helps if that's in the load pocket and operating.
You got it? Okay. Anything else, anybody? Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
See you in August. Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. Got a second?
Do we not want Entergy?
What?
Entergy that.
Oh, I didn't realize Entergy had a presentation.
Okay, all right.
Come on up.
Come on up, Energy.
You got 10 minutes.
And Jamie, you can go ahead and turn the lights back down.
What?
They got a slide?
Do you have better slides?
See you later, bud.
Y'all can have this pen.
What? We can have a pen?
Okay, and I'm gonna ask the audience to either go outside or be quiet, please.
Okay, I'll go outside.
I'm sorry, you have to stay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Philip May, President and CEO of Entergy Louisiana. With me today is Charles Long, Larry Han, and Matt Brown. I'm going to open with a statement, and then I'll turn it over to this team to have some additional details. On May 25th, Entergy was directed by MISO to shed load in the greater New Orleans area to satisfy what MISO determined to be an IROL. Based on when the load was received by Entergy, we had less than 10 minutes to comply with MISO's geographic directive, which meant that MISO had to rely on opening transmission breakers as opposed to using its distribution load level protocols that were adopted after Winter Storm Uri. The result was that 45,000 Entergy Louisiana customers were interrupted with no prior notice. This outcome is unacceptable for our customers, and Entergy is committed to working with this commission and MISO to take all necessary steps to ensure it does not happen again. Near term, we are working with MISO to understand what they saw in their models to confirm that a load shed was necessary and how to improve the timeliness of communication of load shed risk. These questions and others will be the focus of the after-action review by staff that is subject to a directive of this commission. We also continue to pursue resource plans that would make our grid in Southeast Louisiana more reliable and resilient, including multiple significant transmission projects in the Amite South region to inject power further south in the system and improve reliability. New dispatchable generation in the region as well, and uprates at existing generations along with new demand response programs. We also acknowledge that the Commission has directed its staff to develop a framework to analyze alternatives to remaining in the MISO RTO. We provided input to the staff in developing that framework and will certainly continue to cooperate with staff in its work to carry out that Commission directive and any additional corrective directives this Commission may have. Importantly, MISO mentorship has saved Entergy Louisiana customers more than $1 billion since we entered. And any decision to exit MISO would require careful evaluation and consideration of the costs and benefits. Nonetheless, it's our responsibility to ensure that MISO participation continues to serve our customers' interest, and that necessarily involves ensure we understand what alternatives to MISO are available, if any, that may better serve the interest of Louisiana customers. We appreciate the importance of the Commission's inquiry into these issues. We stand ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
The 500 kV transmission line that was down because of a tornado, those things happen, and we can't help that. We put it back together. I think it's back online. But all the generators that are in your area there that were part of it, you had a lot of unplanned outages. And MISO doesn't know, we turn in a workbook on what this generator can produce and planned outages to keep the system level. We have a lot of unplanned outages in that area that looks to me like that's what caused the problem. How can MISO be responsible for that when we're not producing the electricity that we told MISO we would do? How do you answer a question like that?
When the system is planned well in advance and in operations, there are plans made for contingencies. I think the events of May 25th, there were a number of generators out that certainly made that challenging. MISO is able to approve the planned outages and then respond to the unplanned outages. As we were preparing for the event, the generation outages in the area certainly made it a challenge, but we also had a plan developed up until right before the event that we believed would operate around and not have to shed load. So there was no indication in the days and hours leading up that things were so tight that one event or one recalculation of the event recalculation of the limits would result in a load shed. So it's there's more to learn about the event. I think that the interesting things about the event to learn are how we did the analyses leading up to the event, the days leading up to the event, and the day of the event, and how we got into a position where we didn't see it coming.
When you have a planned outage, is there much time overrun on how long getting behind on getting it back online? Do you have, is that one of the problems we face because of parts and just construction and remodeling when you have a planned outage? We have a problem with those planned outages taking too long to get back online.
Planned outages come back early sometimes and they come back late sometimes. They're like any other plan. They have to adjust as things evolve.
Part of that has to do with your contractors you hire and all the work you're doing. And we know when you fix things, sometimes it takes longer to get it back online.
Yes, sir.
Is that a major problem for our future? Or is that a minor problem? Is it something we need to really look into? Why are these planned outages taking longer? Is that a problem?
I think the planned outages I think we always try to get planned outages done as quickly as we can. Those scopes are always done in a way to make sure those units are available for the summer. That I wouldn't say anything needs to change. It's always been an important thing to get those units back online as quickly as we can.
Well, we got to do something about the unplanned outages to address that. I don't know, doesn't seem like we need to look that far to see what was the problem here. Other than that, I know Commissioner Lewis had asked for what units were down unplanned, and that's a legitimate question. I know there's some factor out there about, well, because of competition, we can't really publicize that. We hear that. Larry, is there some reason why we shouldn't know what outages were out that shouldn't have been out, unplanned?
Yes, and first off, your earlier point about...
Is that confidential?
It can be market-sensitive information. In real time, after the event, there's more opportunity to share that information. Certainly from the utility perspective, we are willing to provide that information to our regulator.
We're fixing to go into a lot of investigation, and in our August meeting, we can sell tickets to that one.
And we will fully cooperate. I wanted to touch on your point, Commissioner, about unplanned outages. Are they taking longer? Some of the plants that have unplanned outages or planned outages that go longer, some of these plants are older than me. And so we are trying to maximize their useful life for the benefit of our customers.
Right, good.
And so we need to take them down to do work. And sometimes when you're doing that work, you have discovery of new issues you didn't expect, and you need to address them while it's down. The other thing we're doing is we continue our effort that we started. In fact, when I joined the company, we started a significant effort to modernize our generation fleet.
Yeah.
So we have a number of generators currently pending review and approval by the commission. We have more that are in an RFP. We're trying to select those. So as we modernize those, we reduce the outage times, the unplanned outages, because it's newer equipment, more reliable, what they call an E4 rate. So we're working to address all of those
The public
things.
needs to understand that how we handle our generation plants, where we build a new one or repair an old one, that's not any of MISO's business. That's our business to put enough electricity on the grid where they don't have to call for load shed. And I know that in my years in business, I do a lot better with new equipment than I do a bunch of old rundown stuff. And when it breaks down, and the public is looking at their electric bill, and if we put in a new, combined cycle gas unit, it's darn sure going to be more reliable. When we have a planned outage, it's not going to go over time. It's not going to break. And we have a lot of old generation here in Louisiana that we need, and we're upgrading the amount of reserve margin we have. And so this is a proof right here to look at where do we need to go with some of these plans for our building generation and transmission. And so this doesn't happen again. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there if somebody else got something to say.
In the interest of time, Commissioner, I'm jumping around a little bit, but I want to have Mr. Long, it came up earlier, kind of the timeline of events leading up to that load shed event. And I wanted Mr. Long to talk to that a little bit because it really goes into the heart of the question that Commissioner Lewis and others have been asking is why didn't we call an interruptible load that was available to us? And I will say, first off, it's important to remember this was a very localized event. So if we have an interruptible load customer in Geismar, I'm making up an example, that probably wouldn't have helped this situation.
Okay, good.
So they got to be in the right place, but you also have to have notice to call on them. And the other thing I want to point out is this timeline is relevant to our ability to execute our distribution level load shed protocols that we developed and enhanced after Winter Storm Uri. We didn't have the ability to do those because there was not adequate time to do that more surgical approach and avoid, critical customers, critical feeders. So I think Mr. Long can speak to this.
So interruptible load wouldn't be necessarily have solved our problem, is what you're suggesting.
Not given the timeline that we had to execute.
I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Okay, all right. Mr. Lewis?
I was just going to walk through it. It was 4:02 p.m. We were on the phone with MISO. They were indicating that the system was getting, the margins were going down, systems were getting stressed. At 4:21 is when they issued the directive to shed load, and then we began executing that immediately. It took a few minutes to do that. We began on the distribution system and quickly discovered that we were not going to be able to execute that in the amount of time we had. So we moved over to the transmission system where you can interrupt load faster. It's also, unfortunately, less surgical, as was indicated, but we did that to meet the timeframes that we had.
A question looking at this timeline that I had asked MISO. So if, as your timeline says on May 25th at 4:02, that the transmission operators at the operation levels were becoming more stressed. So at that point in time, what contingency plans did you send to those transmission operators in Little Rock or Jackson as contingency planning? While I understand and looking at the timeline what happened on Sunday, I still go back to the question, if we're having these conversations on Saturday, what conversations internally did you have with the transmission operators for a potential load shed since we are seeing the stress on the system?
We were seeing stress in the days before. We were anticipating that weekend was going to be, the margins were going to be tight. We had worked with CLECO, Entergy had worked with CLECO and MISO to develop a reconfiguration plan that would reroute flows from this constrained area into other areas that were not constrained, or not as constrained. And up until this point, all the parties had agreed that that was the way we would go. If this event unfolded the way we were concerned about, we would implement that reconfiguration and it would unload the system and we wouldn't have to, that would take care of the issue. As early, I think about 3 a.m. on May 25th, we had discussions with MISO around that same thing again to ensure that that was still the plan. There were some discussions around whether that would need to happen in advance of a contingency or after a contingency. I think at that time we were still anticipating that we could wait and see if we lost something else before we did that reconfiguration. And then around 4 p.m., sometime between 4 and 4:21, MISO's operations teams again evaluated that reconfiguration plan and determined that it would not be effective. And so once that tool was out of the toolbox, there was only one, MISO issued the directive, and we had to follow that directive. But leading up the days in advance, and even that day, we were still working on that reconfiguration plan, and we believed that it would work.
So just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You were working on the reconfiguration plan, but you did not have you didn't do any contingency planning on potential load shed as an option because you thought the reconfiguration plan would be suffice.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess, I know our investigation is going to get into this, but I kind of want to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the actual equipment failures that contributed to this event. So the Nelson Richard line was out of service, and it's been out of service since March. It has subsequently come back on the Monday following the event. Can you describe what work was being done and what took that timeline?
Yes, sir.
So long? I mean, I got this question of, it seems ironic that the day after the load shed, all of a sudden the line comes back on. But I just kind of want to give, I know that's been a question the public has asked, the media has asked, so I want to give you an opportunity to describe the work and how it fits into that timeline.
Yes, sir. In March, we had a tornado come through the area. It destroyed 19 structures. It's hard to paint the picture of what a structure is, but it's a very large lattice steel structure. It's the largest transmission towers that you see around the city. They would be larger than those. So 19 of those were destroyed. It's just a lot of work to go wreck out. You have to wreck out the old line. So there's that phase of it. Then you have to get new materials. We had a little bit of issue getting materials. Steel is kind of hard to get these days. We didn't have every little nut and bolt we needed the day one. It ended up delaying it maybe a day or two, the materials orders, materials constraints. We knew then in March that, or we didn't know, but we suspected, hey, if it gets hot, we're probably going to want this line back. And 500 kV lines are critical to the system. They move a lot of energy. And so we were in a hurry already in March, and the teams were working very diligently to get the line back as soon as we could. I think it was actually 2 days after the event, not the day after the event. They got it back, but they were working as fast as they could from the beginning to get the line rebuilt because it's an important line, and we knew that things could go wrong. So.
Okay, and then thank you for that. Now, the Barker-Bogalusa line didn't have enough capacity to act as backup when the Franklin-McKnight line was being potentially overloaded that day. Are there any plans in the development to upgrade that former line?
Yes, there's multiple upgrades that are planned in Louisiana, and Entergy Louisiana would help. There's one specific one. It's the Adams Creek to Robert line that's planned. It's right there, and it's just above the Audubon. There you go. That sort of the overloaded element is that blue line just to the east of the purple dotted line. So it's just a direct bypass of that. So if you think about it like a small road, it's just another road right next to it you can get on. It would have absolutely alleviated the constraint and allowed more energy to flow down that way and avoided the event. Okay,
and to the other units, you have 3 nuclear units that have struggled to perform looking at nuclear plants across the country. Grand Gulf included. I know, well, that's a different story and it's being rolled off, but I want to know, how are we addressing the performance issues of these nuclear units, since one was planned, but one also then was unplanned outages? So what type of equipment improvements are you looking at as these generating facilities in your territory?
The details of how we're addressing those, I'd have to get some help with. I'm not in the nuclear organization. I'm in the transmission organization, so I'd have to follow up with that.
Okay, thank you. And I have some other questions, but I'll let the presentation go on.
Just got a couple of questions. When MISO was up here and they were talking about this, and y'all were just talking about, who actually turned the power off to shed the load? Was it you or was it MISO? Because they were talking about transmission disconnect. Who actually pulled it?
It was Entergy operators that opened
at all points?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my question is, this next question is, did MISO tell you which bus to pull? Did they tell you which area to disconnect?
They gave us general guidance. I believe it was in the New Orleans area. It wasn't. They didn't give us specific buses, and the Entergy operations teams had to figure that out.
So 9 minutes, you basically wet your finger, threw it up in the air, and said, "Start pulling this and that," just to try and dump load as quick as you could.
It was a challenging operating environment.
Yeah.
It included Slidell, which we
right. I understand.
So that was another confusing piece of it.
My other question is, So why not Baton Rouge, or why not Lafayette, or why not these other areas? Why was it localized and focused in the New Orleans metro area?
We knew where the constraint was, the Bogalusa to Adams Creek area was where the constraint was, and we know from our operating experience that that area that we targeted would unload that line, and that was the goal, was to unload that potential overload. So it was chosen to relieve the overload. We also try to eliminate, we try to shed the least amount of load we can. We don't want to interrupt more load than we have to get the relief on the facility. And then because we were on the transmission system making adjustments, there's potential that you can open transmission breakers to make some other thing worse, or move the constraint elsewhere or make the situation worse. So our operators were also working through analyses to make sure that the actions they took didn't make it worse.
Don't you have a predetermined plan with a book with breakers to know what breakers to flip? So it's already predetermined what you're going to do when you get a load shed in a certain area, right?
Not this type, no, sir.
This type is different?
Yes, sir. If we have a capacity event where there's just a general shortage of energy, we do have a distribution load shed tool that we can use. It's automated, it's predetermined. This one, because we got the guidance in the New Orleans area and Slidell area, we don't have a tool for that. So and I think it's an opportunity to learn here for all of us to see how we could have perhaps done differently. But in the heat of the moment, it was not possible for us to go do the
I know in other load
distribution.
sheds, we did have that benefit. So you could have shut down a hospital or a law enforcement, some critical service.
That's right.
And we need to figure out for that not to happen again. Okay. And of course, y'all know that. We're all ears. Give us some suggestions how to what to do. Because we can't blame that on the RTO, can we?
Can't blame what on the RTO?
That we had this load shed we couldn't control.
I think we need to complete the investigation to see what we
Okay,
can.
all right, got you. All right, good.
And Commissioner, I would just say, one example, we need to look at it, do the after action review, but had we gotten more granular directions on which substations or line segments were overloaded, that may have given us an opportunity to use our distribution level load shed at that substation.
Does RTO have the ability to do that?
No, they should have the ability, I think, in their models to tell us what's overloading. So
That's gonna be a good question.
that is
for the
something
future.
both of us are committed to work towards, so next time we can be more specific.
How long, time-wise, in a time frame, and just on a rough guess, how long does it take you to execute your interruptibles? Let's just say at the longest.
It varies by contract, Commissioner. The longest would be like 4 hours. The shortest could be much shorter than that, but nowhere near the time frame we had for this event.
So what do you think is how long do you think, and from your end, because you're running the game, they're running an analysis, you're actually running the system. So do you think that it's possible that there was enough information to anticipate what was going wrong with the system in their viewpoint earlier than 9 minutes?
I'll let Charles respond to that.
I don't know. That we need to complete the evaluation and see what we look.
Okay.
I think that's a part of what we need to
We're
learn.
gonna know that in August, at the August meeting, will we know that?
I think we will.
Okay.
I
We'd
think
like
that-
to know. By
Write that
then.
down, Lane.
What?
It's already in a question that's been asked.
What? Okay.
Charles, on that point, so when you got the directive from MISO to load shed in a general area, can you just walk me through a little bit the process that your transmission operators used, and how did they exactly know which substations to shut down? I know there's the distribution level, and I know they didn't have, and from your earlier testimony in New Orleans, that the transmission operators didn't have enough time in that 9 minutes to communicate with the distribution operators. But I just kind of want to know generically, are the process of what went in those conversations or in that time period of substations.
Our operators know, and generally from analyses they do day to day, what areas, what substations would be contributing loading to that facility. And it's generally distance, but it's not really geographic distance. It's distance, electrical distance between the loads that we have the substations that we have to serve customers and where the constraint is.
I knew I shouldn't have said that.
So those
I
operators
could have told you that was
started to open breakers that they knew would unload the constraint based on their knowledge of the system. There were a couple of other constraints. So they were targeting 500 megawatts. That was the directive. Had they chosen more distant locations, say they had gone to Lafayette or Baton Rouge or whatever, and shed 500 megawatts, that line would have still been overloaded. So they were trying to make sure that 500 megawatts had the desired effect of unloading that, and we didn't have to shed any more. So that was one thing, and they know that from their system operations experience. They know where those loads are going to have the most impact on that. Two other constraining things: we don't want to shed more than 500 megawatts to get rid of the problem, and then the other is we don't want to open lines that may cause constraints elsewhere in the region that would cause additional directives to shed load or other problems, or isolate generation from the area. For an example, we wouldn't want to isolate generation from the area that's helping to unload the flows as well. So they were balancing those three things.
Got you. And maybe this is a better question for Larry or Phil. Given kind of the public comments that we heard earlier, and we know there were significant constraints placed on the system on that particular day and that weekend, do you have, and I asked the same question in New Orleans, do you have, or can you speak to what you may see as the bill impacts for people based off of the price constraints that we saw?
Commissioner, at this time, we're still trying to see how it all settles out with, with the MISO impacts. But keep in mind, as we buy the bulk of our power in the MISO day-ahead market, so we look at our load and we buy day-ahead to kind of match up that energy. So we were not fully exposed to the high hourly real-time LMPs that you saw. There's going to be some exposure because if you have a mismatch in an hour with load, real-time load versus your day-ahead purchases, there's that. But we'll see what that is, I think, in the coming weeks when we get the settlements from MISO. But I wouldn't expect significant exposure in terms of those real-time high LMPs you saw.
Okay, great.
And speaking only for Entergy, other folks may purchase it differently and have different arrangements. So I can't speak to CLECO or co-ops who may have been exposed to it.
No, appreciate that. I know MISO made in their presentation about multi-value or market enhancement projects to MISO. Have you all proposed any?
You're speaking of a specific project type?
Yes. Have you proposed any multi-value or market enhancement projects to MISO?
So the projects that are, most effective in addressing the load pocket import issues that led in part to this event are the projects that are summarized in these slides. So these are projects that have the effect of improving the import capability into the Southeast Louisiana area. Each of these projects has been approved in the MTEP, is moving through the commission process, and as Charles noted, if we'd had these projects, particularly the Adams Creek to Robert project, in the plant or in service during this event, it would have had a significantly beneficial impact. Like, these are the projects that, the ones that you see summarized in these slides in Southeast Louisiana. The Meet South import capability is a key feature of these projects, and it addresses the import constraint that we saw on the day at issue.
One quick question. And Philip, you might know this, or you, sir, after Hurricane Ida, when we imported power from the east through Southern companies, which line did we use to bring that through the New Orleans power plant, use that as a switch? Do you remember which particular line that was?
Yeah, it's the slide out of Front Street that came down toward Michoud area.
And that line is still functioning and up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that provides import reliability from the east side?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was up and functioning during this event?
Yes, sir.
So it was still more of that Adams Creek issue?
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason I'm asking that, because I just want to clarify, we're discussing this as a load pocket, but it's not, in the strictest sense of word, it's not a pocket like the Acadiana load pocket was in like '09, where we had to bring in power from CLECO, from Rotamaker. I mean, we have power coming in from the east and the west and the north. The only place we don't have power coming in is from the south. So it's not, there's a lot of discussion about this being a load pocket, when it's not, I don't think it's a classical load pocket. I just think it's a load demand area, right? So we have a lot of lines coming in, but we just obviously, the concept is to bring more lines in, and I get that. But I didn't want people to lose track of how this, this paradigm exists.
It has geographical boundaries with water. The way I would think about it is, if you have an area that's dependent on, we have to either bring energy in or produce it locally. And there are economics to how you do that we evaluate to figure out which is best.
Is that an element of that from the city of New Orleans going from what was 800 megawatts down to 120 megawatts of power where they used to generate in the city and then moving to the smaller local generation plant?
All megawatts would have been helpful that day, including those that were there.
Because they went from, was it 800 down to 120?
I believe it was about 500 or 600, the whole plant.
I knew it was significant. So it went from like 520 down to 120, basically?
That's in the ballpark.
And you shed 500?
Yes, sir.
So if you'd have had that 520, you wouldn't have had to shed the load.
It certainly would have helped. We'd have to go do analysis to see if it was one-to-one.
Okay, I'm just curious, because I know when there was a replacement, when the city was looking at its, what they were going to replace the decommissioned Entergy facilities at ENO, that they replaced that larger facility with a smaller facility with the concept of importing power through transmission versus generating power locally. Okay, thank you.
Matt, kind of going back to what you were talking about, will some of these projects propose better connect us beyond just Entergy territory, or do they primarily reinforce just lines within our region?
Well, we've got,
Going back to Lafayette.
again, going back to the issues and causes here, obviously we had a variety of different circumstances, as you've heard, between generation and transmission outages that sort of led up to this event. The reason we're highlighting these projects is because these are projects that bridge the Amite South and downstream of Gypsy areas that were constrained. Those are the areas where MISO said you need to shed load because we can't serve all of the load in those areas. These projects bridge between the area where the power was more plentiful, if you will, and the area that was constrained. And so, these are projects that are designed, among other benefits, to improve the import capability. And as you can see, it's a little bit small to print, but that operational flexibility concept is really what we're getting at with these projects where we don't know in a future event where you're going to have a storm come through and take out a transmission line, where you're going to have a generator that suffers a unexpected issue and trips. We can do things to plan and prepare for those types of events, but you can't always know, on a bad day, where's it going to happen? Where's the spot going to be? We know that Amite South and downstream of Gypsy are an area of the system that rely on imports. These projects, which will be built to the latest wind standards, so there's a resilience component as well, will help deliver power into that constrained area and give us the flexibility to withstand unexpected events like what happened on May 25th. So they provide, we didn't obviously know what was going to happen on May 25th, but we designed these projects in significant part to address this area of the system, recognizing that we have, as Larry noted, aging generators. We have load growth that we're trying to accommodate. So these projects, I don't think about it so much as what region they connect. It's about the specific geographic area that we're trying to improve reliability and address operational flexibility needs. That's Amite South, that's downstream of Gypsy. These projects bridge, provide new avenues to bring more power more reliably into those specific areas.
Thank you. And I was looking back, and I know in the resiliency plan, there was about 15% dedicated to transmission rebuild, so about $285 million in spending, and you believe that these projects would help in an event like this? Maybe not directly, right, because as you mentioned, locational-wise, but those were some of the kind of pre-advancements or investments, I should say, that you've been making into that.
Right, so the resilience portfolio, the transmission piece of it is looking at facilities that are aging, that are in veg-rich areas. So that's looking at existing lines that need to be hardened in order to provide, so that they don't trip out during a hurricane or a severe weather event. The projects that you were looking at on the slides a moment ago work together by building new pathways built to the latest wind standard, which is significantly more robust than it was, 30 or 40, 50 years ago when some of these older lines were built. So the two pieces work together to both improve reliability, like on a day like May 25th, but also to improve resilience in the aftermath, for example, of a Hurricane Ida type event. So when you build those new lines or harden your existing lines to that latest wind standard, then when you have a hurricane come through, you don't see the structural damage like what Charles described with the tornado.
And my last question for you, and I'll combine them both, is can you tell me what is the holdup with proposing some LRTP and Tranche 3 projects? Because, I've been mentioning this. I think this is a big topic. I want to see progress. I know we sort of got into a little bit of conversation about Tranche 4, but I want to kind of get back to where we're stuck at right now, which is Tranche 3, because, I just want to know more generally, how do you view your role in transmission expansion that can prevent constraints like we've seen like this in the near future? Because my fear is it only gets worse. And so I want to look at the totality of everything that happened. We can get back to the simple generation failures, but I also want to look at what are we doing in the future to ensure, or to the best of our ability, that we are not creating more avenues for this.
Yeah, so we are working with MISO on concepts for Tranche 3, and other stakeholders, I think, are doing the same. That's a longer term proposition. Projects, as we've seen in MISO North with the LRTP, long range transmission plan projects in MISO North, they take a significant amount of time, not only because they're big projects and the development timeline is long, but also because you have to get stakeholders comfortable because you're allocating the costs of those projects over a wide region. You've got to have good stakeholder buy-in that they're going to benefit from those projects, because you're going to be, you've got a lot of different people paying for projects that are in faraway places. We're working with MISO, to bring ideas to the table about where we think projects for the long-range plan would be beneficial. But, with the projects that we were showing you a moment ago, the business case there is really different. Those are coming online from 25 to 28. We could never achieve those timelines with an LRTP. And the other thing is, from a cost allocation perspective, the benefits of those projects flow into Southeast Louisiana, into Louisiana as a state. They serve the Louisiana area. They help facilitate the growth, with new economic development projects in Southeast Louisiana. So allocating large portions of the cost of those Amite South projects that we showed you to customers in Arkansas or Mississippi or Texas, you have a mismatch there because your costs and your benefits don't match up. The benefits are in Louisiana and the costs would be flowing elsewhere. So the LRTP concept doesn't really work very well for projects like those, both from a cost allocation perspective and from a timing and delay perspective. I think the point we're trying to show you with these slides is just that we're not sitting back and waiting around for MISO to come in and figure out a big plan. We are planning too, and we are identifying large-scale projects that move power over, a large region in Southeast Louisiana. There are projects in the current MTEP. You can see it on the map there, Babel to Weber. That's a major project that covers roughly 200 miles through the middle of the state. It doesn't have that LRTP label on it, but it will provide enormous benefits to the state in terms of enhanced reliability, flexibility during events like May 25th, hurricane events. It's set back from the coast, so it'll allow moving power even when a hurricane comes through. So it has a variety of benefits. Most of those benefits are in Louisiana. And so, that's that's the rationale for the planning approach with these projects that we've taken.
No, and I appreciate that. And my last kind of point, as I've stated, I just think we do all benefit from greater interconnection. So I don't want us to pit or have a process where we're only looking at one. I think on transmission, we need to take a more holistic approach. I believe we need to really finalize tranche 3, even though as you mentioned, Matt, I appreciate that that's why I call it long-term, because it's not necessarily a near-term solution, but I do think if we don't take transmission capacity seriously right now, we are setting ourselves up for future events, and I think that is a place over the next few months. I'm going to be very aggressive with talking with you and MISO and all of our utilities about what are we doing on transmission capacity. I know it's going to be hard. I mentioned this during your IRP. I would like to see even some suggestions in the next IRP phase about transmission planning, but I think I've made that point, so I'm not going to keep belaboring it. So thank you.
And Commissioner, we welcome that discussion, and I want to emphasize and leave you with this last slide is we have an all-of-the-above approach to solving the energy needs of the state. It is transmission, as we've been discussing here today. That'll help. But we're also looking at generation. So we have a number of generators, proposed to the commission for certification. We are exploring, uprates at our nuclear plants where they're economic. We have a number of procurements underway to procure solar resources for the state. We've completed or conducted an RFP for existing capacity that we could potentially acquire for the benefit of our customers. We're also conducting a developmental RFP for new CCGT capacity over and above the generation that's being proposed. And lastly, we recently filed a demand response program for review and approval by the commission. So we're only going to be able to meet the demands in Louisiana for economic development, for reliability, with kind of a whole state solution, and it's going to take everything: transmission, generation, all sorts of generation, demand response, energy efficiency, all of them. So that's where we're trying to get, and we appreciate the time today, the questions, and look forward to working with you and your staff as we kind of do the deep dive with MISO and report back in August. So thank you.
Well, thank you for coming. Thank you very much. I want to move for adjourn. I got a motion?
Second. Move
I'll
for
make the
adjourn.
motion. Submit a second. It's done.